Welcome to the Okuma Auditorium on this chilly day. I am Yu Ishida, delighted to represent the Waseda University English-Speaking Society as your MC for the 50th Annual All-Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. As we embark on this speech-filled extravaganza, I must say it's an honor to kickstart the Okuma Trophy proceedings. We've all gathered here today, united by our love for speechcraft, and we at WESS aspire for this contest to be a catalyst, strengthening the bonds within our vibrant speech society. So, without further ado, let us set the stage for the opening ceremony. Let us commence by extending a warm welcome to our esteemed lineup of 10 exceptional speakers who will grace this stage throughout the day. Please join me in giving each of them a resounding round of applause as they take their rightful place in this esteemed contest. The first speaker is Ms. Keito Yasui from立教University. The second speaker is Ms. Haruka Takoi from Tsuda University. The third speaker is Ms. Risa Yamamoto from Kansai学院 University. The fourth speaker is Ms. Mao Tominaga from Hosei University. The fifth speaker is Ms. Haruka Terada from Tsuda University. The sixth speaker is Ms. Sophia Nomaguchi from Hosei University. The seventh speaker is Ms. Minami Sakai from Doshisha University. The eighth speaker is Mr. Ryota Daimon from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. The ninth speaker is Ms. Nika Sugaya from Takasaki City University of Economics. The last speaker is Ms. Misato Matsuo from Waseda University. With gratitude to our esteemed speakers, it is now our privilege to introduce our distinguished panel of judges. Firstly, Mr. Naoki Kamura. A globally recognized speaker, Mr. Kamura excelled at the World Championship of Public Speaking, achieving second place in the Las Vegas semifinal, making his position among the top 20 worldwide in 2015. His triumphs extended to winning the Intercultural English Exchange Championship in 2010, 2015, 2019, and 2020. A certified ACAN instructor, he earned an MBA from the University of San Francisco in 2005. With 4 All-Japan English Speech Championships at Toastmasters, He coaches professionals in impactful global presentations. Presently, Mr. Tomura manages leadership programs for corporate executives at the Institute for Strategic Leadership in Tokyo. Next, Ms. Maya Hasegawa. Ms. Hasegawa's leadership roles include serving as the chief of the University of the Sacred Heart English-Speaking Society's speech section in 2018, and being a member of the Quill Speech Instructor team in 2019. Her commendable journey includes active participation in national English oratorical contests at the intercollegiate level, achieving accolades at esteemed competitions such as the Mikami Cup, Umeko Cup, and the President's Cup at the University of the Sacred Heart, among others. Notably, she emerged victorious in the Ikeda Cup and other prestigious competitions. Presently, Ms. Hasegawa shares her expertise as an English teacher at a high school. Next, Ms. Yuko Kurose. Ms. Kurose holds a BA in English Literature from the University of the Sacred Heart and furthered her academic pursuit with an MA in Intercultural Communication from St. Paul's University. Her achievements include securing the coveted Okuma Trophy in 1993 and earning recognition with the President's Cup at the University of the Sacred Heart in 1994. Currently, Ms. Kurose channels her expertise as an English educator at Aobadai Junior High School in Yokohama. Lastly, the questioner of this contest, Mr. Kate Chu. Hailing from Honolulu, Hawaii, Mr. Chu brings his expertise as a project manager within Universal Studios Japan's esteemed digital and technology team. His academic accomplishments include a bachelor's degree in finance and an MBA from the University of Hawaii. Specializing in AI, e-commerce, business process outsourcing, and digital transformation, Mr. Chu serves as a project specialist in these dynamic domains. Additionally, he shares his wealth of knowledge as an adjunct professor at Hokkaido University. My gratitude to our esteemed judges. To honor their invaluable contributions, could we all please give them another resounding round of applause? Thank you. These distinguished individuals served as the judges for today's final contest. It's important to note that the speakers have already emerged victorious through the rigorous elimination process overseen by these three judges. Firstly, Mr. Haruka Yagi. Secondly, Ms. Takami Shiokawa. Lastly, Mr. Jeff Bruce. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the judges, expressing our deepest appreciation for their invaluable contributions. Today marks a significant milestone as we celebrate the 50th Okuma Trophy contest. To make this day truly unforgettable, we've arranged an exceptional lecture featuring this esteemed speaker, Ms. Yoko Narahashi. Her expertise encompasses captivating storytelling, casting techniques, and effective communication. Ms. Narahashi's insightful lecture will take place later in the contest, coinciding with the judging process. We encourage everyone to anticipate this enlightening session. For our opening address, it is our honor to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Naoki Nakamura, President of the Waseda University English-Speaking Society.
Hello everyone, distinguished judges and guest speaker. As the President of English-Speaking Society of Waseda University, I extend a hearty welcome to our esteemed contestants hailing from various corners of Japan. I am Naoki Nakamura, and it is an honor to address you today. Allow me to share a glimpse into my journey. Guided by the principle of wholehearted dedication in all endeavors, I've steered west through a myriad of engagements, including debates, dramas, and speeches, alongside with my exceptional colleagues. Our collective dedication encountered challenges along the way, yet in those moments, we redoubled our efforts, overcoming obstacles to yield gratifying outcomes. Today marks the pinnacle of our year's pursuits, the English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy. Here, amidst the grandeur of the Okuma Auditorium, a stage regarded as among the finest globally, contestants exemplify an unparalleled commitment to their relations. Simultaneously, in the hallowed hall, we believe in the timeless ideal to make the world a better place. We invite you, our audience, to join us, to take up the vision of global citizenship, to share your dreams, and to believe in the power of your words. Today, we witness a new generation of leaders, young voices, who shape the world with their ideas and convictions. The journey begins here, on this stage, with your support and encouragement. Let us commence this momentous occasion together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakamura, for your inspiring opening remarks. They set a fantastic tone for our event. Next in line is the momentous return of the Okuma Trophy to the Executive Chairperson. Today, sadly, last year's winner, Mr. Yuki Fukahashi, is absent, so Ms. Sana Yamagami will return the trophy. May I request Ms. Sana Yamagami and Mr. Yuto Kawashima to join us on stage. The Okuma Trophy will now be handed over. Thank you, Ms. Yamagami and Mr. Kawashima. This contest is hosted by Waseda University English-Speaking Society, supported by the Embassy of the United States of America and the Institute for International Business Communication. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizations that have generously sponsored this contest. Your contributions have been pivotal in ensuring the success of this event. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to 株式会社トップトラベルサービス様、株式会社ワンコイングリッシュ様、株式会社ポリグロッツ様、株式会社プロゴス様、株式会社スクールウィズ様、トライスク株式会社様、株式会社 NPI 松田フォニックス様、株式会社 HIS 池袋本店様、CPA 会計学院様、ダイヤモンド就活様、宇野正則様。Allow me to outline the regulations for this contest. Each speaker will be allotted 8 minutes for their speech. I'll signal the time using a bell. At 7.5 minutes, a single ring will indicate this mark. And at the 8 minutes mark, a double ring will signal the end. Going beyond this time will result in a reduction in ranking due to overtime. Following each speech, we'll have a 4-minute question and answer session. During this period, speakers can answer the final question without time constraints. The timekeepers, Ms. Lisa Yamada, sitting across from me, and Mr. Yuta Ono on my right. Both from the Waseda University English-Speaking Society, who display the time cards to assist in keeping track. I trust everyone comprehends these rules and looks forward to the 10 remarkable speeches awaiting us on stage. With that, we conclude the opening ceremony. Now, the Okuma Trophy 2023 is set to commence. Now, everybody, please welcome our first speaker of the day, Ms. Keito Yasui from立教 University. She will deliver the speech under the title of Need Help. Need Help. Ms. Yasui is prepared to captivate us with her eloquence and ideas.
Thank you, Master Ceremony, all organizer, audience, and honorable judges. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I need help. I am screaming in silence, but no one noticed me. My heart is about to break. Somebody help me. Whose voice do you think? This is the voice of people in need, suffering from something pain. Here's the question. Are you really not aware then? In this speech, people in need are strangers. Also, there are people with disabilities, injured cases, and people for whose sake need help in town. Today, I'd like to tell you about the importance of speaking to people in need. After my speech, I want everyone to be the one actively speak to them and create a friendly society where it's easy to talk to them. Some people can't talk to those who need help. Have you ever encountered someone in need of station? Did you talk to them? Maybe you ended up doing nothing right. You know you should help them, but you can't. I'm sure everyone had a kind of experience. Once I saw people who looked sick in a train. I knew I should talk to them, but I couldn't. Like this, we have a tendency not to talk to people in need. If you can't talk to them, therefore isolated, let me share my experience. When I was injured, I used crutches and was stuck in the train. Honestly, I wanted to be given a seat. My knees are killing me. I need help. I was screaming in my heart. But no one approached me. If only someone had talked to and given a seat for me, it would have saved my heart. I felt so lonely. At the time, I remembered my experience that I couldn't talk to people in need. Then I really regret a moment when I made such a mistake. I noticed that the choice not to speak to them would only cause me pain later. Why care not to talk to those who need help? Are you shy? Or being confused? There are some reasons for each of you. But when I look back at my experience, I realize another important reason. It is that you can't replace people in need with yourself. Before I was injured, when I saw people with hands and who looked sick in a train, I was just curious that turning a blind eye to them. I thought this was somebody else's business because I never had experience before. Also, I couldn't even imagine how hard it was just to stand for them. In this way, I couldn't consider if I were in that position, what would I think? I need help! I was screaming in my heart. At the time, one woman helped me. Please have a seat. She talked to me. It was my injury. I was feeling down. But she saved my heart. I was relieved to know that there was someone who cared about me. What should you do to talk to people in need? It's important to replace them with yourself. Now, I'd like to share how you can do that. That is, pay forward. It's the idea that you connect the kindness to the future by passing it you have received to someone. Suppose you see people who need help in town. Then remember, pay forward. Although it's your time to help them, you have been helped from someone in the past too. So, let's connect the kindness you have received and talk to people who need help. This way of thinking is the key to replacing with yourself. In addition, your behavior and attitude are promoted by adopting pay forward. According to Madame Miyazaki, first of all, first and second element university, joy giving promotes positive emotion, happiness, and well-being. Pay forward makes it grow. Next, how can you adapt pay forward into your daily life? Let's recall the kindness you have received, even just on your smartphone every day. Everyone is supported by many people always. For example, you help your mother makes you lunch and your friend lends your pen. It's okay even if just for something like that. By doing so, you can remember the happy feelings you had at the time. Then, the next day, you review the note and try to connect the goodwill you have received to at least one person. For instance, you help your mother and you listen to friends' problems. First, by being mindful of helping those around you, pay forward will become a habit and you will acquire it. In this way, you can create a friendly society where it's easy to talk to those in need by having pay forward. One day, I saw an elderly couple who seems to be hard to work. I wondered if I should talk to them. However, I remembered pay forward. I could say to them, "Can I help you?" with a smile. When I was injured in the past, one woman talked to me. After this experience, I tried to connect the kindness to others. If I see people who need help in town, I talk to them now like her. In the future, I want to create a world where everyone help each other, regardless of whether they can or cannot visually judge people in need. I need help! Someone is screaming, and a silent voice in here. What will you do at the time? Yes, remember, pay forward. Let's connect the goodwill you have received and talk to people who need help. Your lovely action makes them feel relieved. Thank you for listening.
Then, we will have question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for your wonderful speech.
Thank you.
I will ask the same question to all the speech contestants, so this is a preview. In your own words, could you explain why you chose this topic?
Thank you for a nice question. Because when I was injured in the past, I was standing in the train, but my knees are killing me bad, but no one approached me. I felt so lonely, and at the time, I remembered my experience that I couldn't do people in need. So it's me when I was injured. I felt the feeling people who need help. So I try to solve this problem.
Thank you. Second question. As a, non-Japanese person, I always help everyone as much as possible on the train, anywhere. One time, a lady fell down in front of me, her head was open, bleeding. I called the ambulance. Why do you think people don't want to help people around them, especially when they see it? It's so obvious.
Thank you. I think everyone notices people who need help, but there are some reasons for each of you. You're shy or being refused. I think a lot of reasons for each of you, that I'll focus on the reason you can replace people in need with yourself. I think these reasons are you're shy or being refused. These two reasons of the roots of the feelings based on someone will solve this problem. So I thought this was somebody else's business, everyone thinks, so everyone don't try to speak to them.
Okay, I'm going to ask you quite a challenging question. Please don't get frazzled here. Have you ever heard of the bystander effect?
Could you say that again?
The bystander effect.
Bystander effect.
It means that in any situation in a crowd, like when someone falls down, nobody helps because other people expect other people to help. Therefore, everyone freezes. Are you familiar with that?
You mean that you mean I was one of the people who need help?
Yes, for example, if you're in an accident,
Yeah.
and then there's many people around you, but nobody helps you because the bystander effect is meaning I'm not going to help you because I think someone else will help you. And that is why sometimes when people don't help. Are you familiar with that? No? That's okay. I know it's a very tough topic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. That's a very common thing that happens, I guess, globally. It's called the bystander effect. So I guess if you're curious, you can look it up. You can Google it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Plessy. Now it is time for judging. Now, let us welcome our second speaker. She is Ms. Haruka Kakoi from Tsuda University. She will deliver the speech under the title of I'm Not Your Marionette, but Hero. I'm not your marionette, but hero. Ms. Kakoi is poised to engage us with her powerful message.
Thank you, the Master of the Ceremony, distinguished judges, all the organizers, and audience. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. Congratulations, it's a girl. The most beautiful moments ever in her life. I want her to live a life like sunshine. That's why the girl's named Haruka. The letter Haru means sunny. She was a good girl. She loved her parents and followed whatever they said. She was a smart girl. She passed junior high school known for its high university going rates. She always worked hard for everything. She was living a sunny life, it seemed. However, her life was once so far from sunny. What am I standing for? What is my life? What am I doing? When we sat, studying late nights in a dark room, she gave her voice and cried. Her perfect life was not hers. She suddenly realized it when she was 17 years old. She was only obeying her parents like a marionette controlled by fate. This girl, of course, it's me, had suffered from over-controlling by her parents. Today, I'm standing here to talk about how children can live their own lives, not as ignorance. Many of you might have said, did you do your homework? Or you should be a good way to go to Harvard University. I never want to be the same thing for any children, including mine or yours in the future. After listening to my speech, I want you, future parents, to remember one way to face your children. To begin with, let's go back to my experience. I am the only child and my parents take care of me a lot. They wanted me to go to a good university, apply for a company, save, and my father get me to a husband guy and have a good life. They did not want me to have the same suffering as them because they suffered from the education gap between their countryside and Tokyo, and simply wanted to become happy. Then they forced me to be a perfect girl. To conclude, such over-controlling happens not by abuse, but by love for their children. What was happening to me and my parents was not only over-controlling, but self-rejection. Self-rejection in psychology is the ability to put negative emotion onto others. For parents and children, self-rejection is a situation where parents impose their children their ideals and force them to have an ideal life. Let's imagine an example. You have a son and you want him to be a doctor. He is smart and good brain in all exams. However, one day he said, I don't want to be a doctor. How would you react? Many people might say, why? You're smart enough to be a doctor. So let's change our way of thinking. How would you feel if someone else tried to decide your future? Is that your life? Like this, over-controlling by standing over by parents do not work effectively. So, how can we stop making our children marionettes and live their own lives? It is to give them courage and help them do so. I want to focus on the former. Give them the courage. This is what Alfred Alvarez philosophy. I have one mind to remember. Children are not your marionettes, but hero. Hero is a main character who combat the enemy with power and courage. You can encourage and support them like a hero as love and support them nearby. Let's consider the example again. If your children cannot study because of tiredness, you can say, I know you're doing well every day, but if you feel tired, why don't you plan to do your homework after taking a nap? If you reach age to decide the future, you can say, what do you want to do in the future? I respect your choice. Whatever you make. Remember, standing over by parents and forcing them are not encouraging. You are a supporter of activists or life mentor to make suggestions to them. Some of you might say, is that a thing only parents should do? Have a body married or have a kids? So, is that true? The answer is no. I took a survey of high school and university students asking, have you ever imagined how you raise your future children? Surprisingly, 87% of students answered, Yes. Imagine an ideal life for children is not something that everyone might do. It might be difficult to imagine your attitude to your future children, but there are many heroes that everyone knows. Shohei Ohtani and Thomas Edison have one in common. Their parents respected whatever they wanted to do. When I was 18 years old, I got a twins. I didn't go to the university you wanted me to go. I want to enter Tsuzan University to study what I want to. I disobeyed my parents for the first time. Then my parents said, okay, that's not what I expected, but you should try hard if you really want to. That was the moment I could be a hero because their word gave me the courage to live my life. My life is not funny. The next is your turn. Whether you make a loved one a marionette hero depends on you. Respect your own lives and give them courage. I am not a marionette anymore. I am a hero now. Thank you.
Then, we will have question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please.
Thank you very much for your inspirational speech. First question, in your own words, why did you choose this topic for your speech?
Okay, so I guess that I told my parents that I want to go to Tsuda University. It's maybe more a year ago, and it's a very fresh memory for me. And I want to write a speech, and sometimes my parents say, thank you for that, you're giving me the courage to live. And I could join many speech contests by the speech. And yes, I want to say thank you to my parents, so I wrote this speech.
Thank you. So you use the, analogy or association with the marionette,
Yes.
which is a puppet with strings, like Pinocchio, for example. You use the example of university, your choice. I'm sure growing up, there are other examples of your parents pulling your strings. Any other memories come to mind?
So it's related to the university, but yes, and I was controlled that don't join this school council that I wanted to join because you can't have time to study to go to the university, and I was controlled by that and really, really shocked by that. Yes, it's one of the example of my life.
This is a personal question. You
Yeah.
don't have to answer if you don't want to. Were you more raised by your dad or your mom?
That's my mother.
Your mother. And did your mother go to college as well?
Yes.
And was she working or as a housewife?
Yes, housewife.
Housewife. So there's you use the term self-projection. There's another expression that in psychology is called vicarious learning, vicarious action, which means living through other people. So I guess my thought when I read your speech was that your mom was a housewife and perhaps she couldn't do what she wanted to do for herself, so therefore she sort of used you to live a life that she couldn't have. What do you think about that?
Okay, so maybe my mother did Mr. Production to me because she couldn't go to the university she wanted to go because she is from the countryside and wanted to go to a good university in Tokyo. And for her and for my parents, the good university is such Keio or Waseda University. So yes, she is such a controlling to me.
She wanted to be happy.
Yeah.
I guess the final comment is there are maybe perhaps future parents here or existing parents. What one advice would you give them based on your experience for their children?
Okay, so maybe self-rejection is a very, very natural, and it's not for the relation between parents and children. So maybe it's inevitable if you don't pay any attention to it. But please remember that respecting all lives and giving courage methods is used for not only parents and children, but also for juniors and seniors or friendship relationships. And remember the respecting other person in front of you. And please remember these methods. And it's going to be useful for your future.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhou. Now it is time for judging. Up next, we have Ms. Rita Yamamoto from Kansai学院 University. She will deliver the speech under the title of Better Safe Than Sorry. Better Safe Than Sorry. Ms. Yamamoto is set to dazzle us with her words and presence. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all organizers. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
The Eiffel Tower? The Eiffel Tower? I was on a friend's subway train, and about 8 children were asking me with troubled faces. At the next station, all the children got off the train. Just before the train door closed, a boy threw something into the train. I looked at the found object and realized that it was a wallet. Oh my God, my wallet! I shouted. In a hurry, I picked up my wallet and looked inside. But all my money was gone, except for my credit cards. I was planning a solo month-long trip around Europe this spring, and it happened on the second day I arrived in Europe. Today, I want to give you a heads up about my embarrassing misadventures. Some of you might say, it's none of my business because I don't travel abroad very often. But it's really none of your business? What is the incidence of pickpockets in Japan? According to the National Police Agency's crime statistics, in 2022, there were 1,112 cases. In 2023, people who didn't go out because of COVID-19 started going out in Japan. And according to the data from January to October 2023, there were 1,206 cases. As of October 2023, there were already more pickpockets than last year. Pickpockets are of course the worst, and I want the police to tighten security and catch the pickpockets. I also think the government should remind everyone about pickpockets. But today, I want to tell you how to prepare when we become the target and prevent it from being stolen. When I saw the wallet from which all my money had been taken, anger and regret overwhelmed me. The fond memories go dark in a moment when we become the victim. We lose a lot of things, not just the ones that are taken. We lose our calmness from the fear of being targeted, and we lose confidence in ourselves. We also lose a lot of time and money it takes to reissue things. I don't want you to experience this. In my case, I had credit cards with me, so I was able to continue my journey. I thought I was just unlucky in France, but I had my wallet with my credit cards stolen again in Italy. I used my smartphone to pay for hotel accommodations by putting my credit card number on the internet. However, I wasn't able to buy anything when I couldn't pay using my phone at the shop. So, what I brought back to Japan was not a souvenir, but a story about a pickpocket trip. I finally realized that I wasn't just unlucky. I was being targeted. I think many people like me have never been seriously aware of pickpockets. I think it's because we don't have a sense of danger about pickpockets in a safe environment. I'll give you a piece of data. Here's a ranking of countries with good security. According to the number of crime index by country 2022, Japan ranks 9th. From this data, there are people who think that Japan is a safe country and forget to be cautious. Is your bag zipped? Aren't you walking around with your phone in your pocket? If the question applies to you, you might become the target. My point today is to remind people to be cautious in Japan as well as abroad. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people who go out has suddenly increased this year. According to JTB Corporation Travel Trend Forecast for 2023, the number of domestic and overseas travelers is expected to increase to 274.4 million. This is about twice the population of Tokyo. The days of staying home have come to an end, and for pickpockets, there are many targets. According to the Sankei Shimbun, the Hyogo Prefecture Police arrested 3 Romanian nationals on suspicion of theft in men. The theft is said to be because, in Japan, crime prevention awareness is low and pickpocketing is easy. This arrest is just an example of what happened in Japan, and I think it's the tip of the iceberg. Better safe than sorry is the keyword we need to keep in mind. It is the proverb, and it means that you can never be too careful. I think it's better to work on not having your important things taken than to regret it. I want you to do 4 simple things. The keyword is BSTS, which I made from the acronym of this proverb. Better safe than sorry. BSTS stands for bag, smartphone, time, and Please put valuables in the back of your bag. Put something on top so that important things are not easily found. Finally, please tighten the zipper of the bag. Smartphone. Please do not operate or talk on the phone while walking. If you operate the phone while walking or absorb and talking on the phone, you will be distracted from your surroundings. Time. People become less alert over time. While traveling in Europe, I used to travel and became less wary of pickpockets as time went on. I never thought I'd be pickpocketed twice. Separate. Please put cash and credit cards separated. If you put cash and credit cards together in one place, you will lose everything in case of theft. Dispersal is important. I was pickpocketed twice in Europe and lost my money and credit cards. When I couldn't buy food, a member of the staff of the hotel I was staying at generously offered her pocket money to buy me a quiche and a cup of coffee. I was touched by the kindness of people. Since I became aware of BSTS, I have not encountered pickpockets. Wherever you are, I want you all to create happy memories without being pickpocketed. Please, always remember, better safe than sorry. Thank you. Then, we will have question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
It's kind of obvious, but I want to hear your own words, why you selected this topic.
First, I hesitated to write about my experience about pickpocket, but after looking up on the internet, I found out that pickpocket is not only a story about a foreign country, but also a crime happening in Japan. And I wanted to mention about it to everyone to remind people to be cautious in Japan by following my BSTS method. That's all.
I guess you didn't come up with the BSTS method in Italy. So you were attacked by gypsies in Paris. What happened in Italy?
Italy, I had my wallet and credit cards together, so that wallet was stolen again.
So you were pickpocketed again?
Yes.
So, I understand, Japan is a very safe country, and all my foreign friends, when they visit Japan, when they visit Starbucks, they can't believe, people leave their bags, their computers out in public. And, so my question is, since you returned to Japan, how has your behavior changed when you're now in public or at a cafe or traveling domestically?
My mind has changed by putting my phone and my wallet inside my bag. I mean, putting everything in the back of my bag. Before that, I used to put everything in my pocket, and I think that will be some kind of sign for a pickpocket. So I am not doing that right now.
So you were targeted twice, unfortunately.
Yes.
Why do you think they picked you as a target?
I think I was looking on my phone so long, so I was distracted and I didn't really know about what's going on around me. So I think using my smartphone too much and also having my important things on the top of my bag, I think that was the cause.
So where is your next travel destination going to be now?
Right now?
Yes.
Right now, I have a lot of things to do, so I don't have any plan, but I would like to go somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chu and Ms. Manager. That is Mr. Jordan. Join me in welcoming our next participant, Ms. Mao Tominaga from Hosei University. She will deliver the speech under the title of No Monthly Symptoms, No Girl's Secret. No Monthly Symptoms, No Girl's Secret. Ms. Tominaga is ready to ignite the stage with her speech.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies, distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
9 years. Can you guess what numbers is? The total length of years in a lifetime that a woman endures severe symptoms because of the period. This is the hidden reality for countless women. I know this all too well because I was one of them. Me riding the subway, an unexpected wave of period pain hit. Unable to stand, a fellow passenger noticed my struggle and kindly offered her seat until the next station. But that wasn't all. As we reached the platform, she went the extra mile, guided me to the convenience store, buying me painkiller and water. This simple act of kindness not only eased my physical discomfort, but highlighted the power of understanding and support. I realized the profound impact of small action. Today, I am here as a mentor, urging everyone to deepen their knowledge about the period and, most importantly, to take action. This message is not only for women who, like my former self, used to consider period pain should be silently endured. The small action I'll share with you have the power to transform those 9 years of silent suffering into a life of comfort and well-being for everyone. Are you ready to join me in breaking the silence and be the change? In 2022, the Japan Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology reported that over 70% of women experience monthly period pain, including abdominal pain, lower back pain, and hands. This statistics is not just numbers. It mirrors the daily struggles of women dealing with physical and mental discomfort. Surprisingly, the utilization of period leave in Japanese workplaces is less than 10%, mainly due to women facing challenges in seeking approval from male supervisors and hesitating inconvenience colleagues. Now, let's explore the misunderstandings that maintain this silent suffering. First is the belief that women must endure period pain as a normal part of life. Many still believe that period pain is unavoidable and accepted of being a woman. Second misunderstanding shared by both men and women is the belief that talking period is taboo. Even when you see the need for action, the widespread fear of potential sexual harassment often leads you to turn a blind eye. Due to these misunderstandings, a situation arises where numerous women endure pain in silence, and no one steps forward to support these women. According to the study published by Nikkei Business Publication in 2021, around 75% of women believe that period pain disrupts productivity in work, household chores, and studies. They face tiredness, reduced focus, and increasing mistake. According to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, the annual labor loss due to the period-related issues amounts to around 500 billion yen. In the past, period issues were less visible as women were mostly confined to the households. However, with more women entering diverse fields now, it has become a societal concern that demands attention. As a forward-looking initiative, companies can actively implement period knowledge training for all employees. This fosters a deeper understanding of period
creating a healthier work environment where women no longer endure pain. Through measures like flexible work schedules and support for medical expenses, companies can enhance employee well-being and mitigate productivity declines. But we cannot afford to wait. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I propose a solution that can be easily adopted by anyone starting today. Carry painkillers. Whether in back, pocket, or in your workplace desk, having these tiny small pills can remove anxiety, pain of many women, boosting productivity. Not only women, but also men should carry the painkiller. Having painkillers readily available is profound because some women might forget or lose them, and in communities with fewer women. If you check the back of the painkiller box, you will often find it says effective for headaches, period pain, and any other kind of pain you may have. Many painkillers surprisingly contain the same ingredients. Once I shared my painkillers, mainly used for period pain, with a friend suffering from headaches, and his symptom improved. It's essential for everyone to carry painkillers that can address various types of pain, not just for personal use, but for well-being of others. Adopting this approach has transformed my life. Knowing that not only I, but also my boyfriend, friend, and family members have painkillers readily available is profound. I extended this idea to my part-time job, suggesting to place painkillers in a break room for everyone to share during unexpected pain. This initiative made the workplace more supportive, encouraging discussions about health and well-being. My boss appreciated my suggestion, acknowledging it has allowed many to work without pain. It's truly fulfilling. I'm no longer afraid of the monthly period pain anymore because I don't have to handle it alone. Cancel my appointment and stay in bed all day, or feel anxious when I forget strong painkillers. Today, let's collectively put an end to the girl's secret. Don't endure 9 years in silence. Understand the struggles, and let's commit to take the small action that can transform our lives. Together, let's break the secret and be the change. Thank you. Then, we will have continuation session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for your very original speech.
Thank you.
Oh, again, first question, why did you pick this particular topic in your own words?
Okay, I wanted to alert everyone to think about the period, to take seriously about it, because in the past, I didn't think about it seriously, and I got diagnosis with the cancer related to the period, and I don't want everyone to experience the days I went to the hospital every week. So I wanted to share my experience and alert everyone, don't endure pain. That's all, yeah.
I think for most people, even women, and as a man, I can sympathize, but not empathize, because I'm a man. I don't understand truly what a woman goes through.
Okay.
How would you remove? I know it's a bodily function. How would you remove the stigma of this topic? How would you make it such that people can talk about it comfortably and easily with this kind of conversation?
Firstly, start conversation with the person you close to you, like family member or partner or close friends, and talk about your symptom. Like, I have really heavy period, and I always get some of it, so please understand it and share it in advance so that everyone around you can understand in advance so they can support you every month, I think. And that kind of like community will expand in the company or in the workplace will be better.
I'm just curious, since I went to school in the United States, that in junior high school we have educational classes in class that talks about not only sexual education, but also changes that the body goes through when you're growing up. I'm just curious, does Japan have those? Have you learned that like in junior high school as well?
Yes, we do. We learned about it, but actually, I think the situation differs depending on the country, and especially Japan is known as the poor, like education about sexuality is poor. I think, compared to the European country. I searched about it, so I think education is the one of the factors that we need to change for the future.
Just playing a bit of devil's advocate here, you recommend that people carry painkillers on them to support people. Again, I support that as well, but just as a devil's advocate, if you ask them to do that, and they say, for example, I'm sorry, I don't want to carry painkillers on me because I don't want to worry about expiration date, or if you take it and you get sick, something happens to you, I don't want that responsibility. How would you answer that question?
I totally understand about it. So I don't want to force people to carry painkillers, but that is one way to support women, and you can support like saying good words or like suggest to rest a day or buy a hot drink or something they want to have in that time is the other way to support her. So I think if you don't want to carry the painkiller, there's another way to support women, I think.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chu and Ms. Miller. Now it's Director President.
Let us welcome our fifth speaker. She is Ms. Terada from Tsudai University. She will deliver the speech under the title of Be a Gatekeeper, Be a Gatekeeper. Ms. Terada, whose words are sure to leave an impact. Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges,
and all the organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Suicide prevention. What kind of image do you have of it? Probably many of the answers are like these. Isn't it what the person having suicide thought should do? Isn't it what the government should deal with? Anyway, it is not my business. But is that true? Is it really irrelevant to us? 1 in 4. This is the number of people who seriously thought about suicide in Japan, according to the Nippon Foundation for Social Innovation. Yet, about 70% of Japanese people answered suicide prevention was not relevant to them, according to the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. The high suicide thought rate and the low public awareness of its prevention. Isn't this gap horrible? So today, I'm standing here to talk about the third-party suicide prevention, based on my 2 experiences of losing my uncle due to suicide and thinking about ending my life. The goal of my speech is to change your perspective towards suicide prevention and decrease the number of suicides in the future. In the first place, why aren't people aware of suicide prevention? It is mainly because of their powerless thinking, which I found at the time of my uncle's funeral. The day was when I was little, but I still remember vividly my relatives saying countless times, "We knew his suicidal thoughts but did nothing because we thought we were powerless," with tears of regret going down their cheeks. Besides, on the website called Messages from Suicide-Free Families, I saw many comments saying, "I honestly thought their suicidal thoughts never vanish, no matter what I do." From these, I realized powerless thinking made people keep their distance from suicide prevention and led them to deep regret. But wait, was it true? Were third parties really powerless? The answer is no. To prove it, let's go to my story and see what prevented me from ending my life. 4 years ago, a rope was hung in my closet whenever I could die. I was ready to open the gate leading to the afterlife. But honestly, I was so scared, so I tried to get rid of my suicidal thoughts, but failed because of their uncontrollability. I used the government suicide prevention hotline 12 times, but no one picked up the phone, and I suffered from greater pain. The government and I are not enough to save me. This was the time when I faced the reality and was seeking for the third party's help. However, one day, I suddenly found hope like a silver lining. "Hey Haruka, you're like a different person from before. Please tell me what happened to you." It was a call from my best friend, Miyu. After that, she listened to my suicidal thoughts and referred me to a psychiatrist. Unexpectedly, this became the very turning point for me to overcome my adversity. At that moment, tears of relief went down my cheek, since she was the first person to reach out. What Miyu did for me wasn't just kindness, but what is called a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper is a person who notices the signs of suicide, indicates its risk, and takes appropriate measures, advocated by a clinical psychologist, Edwin Chapman. And the biggest attractive feature is that anyone can do it without any special qualification. Well, is it effective? Now, many of you might be doubtful about this. However, it has an amazing impact. According to the questionnaire research conducted by Takatsuki City, where gatekeeper training of city workers has been started in 2015, 83% 83% of citizens who went to counseling answered their suicidal thoughts or anxiety had disappeared thanks to gatekeeping-style counseling. Moreover, in Canada, the Canadian Journal of Psychiatry showed that the suicide rate in British Columbia reduced by 19% after the introduction of the Citizens Gatekeeper training. You see? Now you may realize a gatekeeper, a third party, has great power in suicide prevention. So ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to be a gatekeeper. Regardless of its importance, the recognition rate remains at only 9%, as Yahoo News survey showed. But that's exactly why I have kept spoken it up at the speech contest. To make it easier for the audience to understand, I made the brief translated keyword of the long gatekeeping concept. 4Ls. 4L stands for look for, listen, link, and look after. The first L, look for some small changes in your loved one. According to the Gatekeeper's booklet provided by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, there are several signs of suicidal thoughts, such as emotional instability or indifference in personal appearance, and these were exactly what Fuyu detected in me. The second L, listen. Listen to your loved one's concerns without criticism. The Japan Keicho Development Association showed listening has the effect of relieving the patient's feeling or easing their sense of loneliness, and these were exactly why I was able to calm down. The third L, link. Link your loved one with specialized institutions such as psychiatry or professional consultation counters. Remember, specialized institutions are the only places to solve the concerns radically, as I could find them during my mental disorder. The fourth L, look after. Look after your loved one even after the professional treatments. Suicidal thoughts cannot be suddenly extinguished, so it is important to watch them over the long term. This is what Fuyu and I have kept doing, and this whole process is what has kept me alive. About 7 minutes passed after I started delivering my speech. Even during this short moment, about 14 people have ended their lives in the world. I don't want anyone to regret what they should have done after the incident happened, like my family. Instead, I want everyone to give light to their loved ones as Fuyu did for me. Look for, listen, link, and look after. Let's keep these 4 L's in our minds and be future gatekeepers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Then we will have questions and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for sharing your personal with us.
Thank you.
Okay, my first question always, in your own words, explain why you chose this topic.
Yes, it is because I wanted to increase the recognition of gatekeeper in Japan, decrease the number of suicides, and also decrease the number of people who regret by losing their loved ones due to suicide as well. And I thought, as a person who experienced suicide from 2 different perspectives, I thought, there was some message or story that I can share and change the value or the thinking of the audience.
Okay, this is sort of a general question on the topic of suicide. I've read that Japan, as one of the developed countries, has one of the highest suicide rates in the world for a developed country. Why do you think that is?
I think there are 2 reasons. The first is what the specialist said. According to Mr. Chiaki Kawanishi, the Japanese psychiatrist, the Japanese culture of shame, haji, or seppuku, has deeply influenced our mind psychologically, and he said that this kind of psychological
thinking or culture has affected to the high rate in suicide. And the second reason is what I think, and I think it is because of lack of education. Like in Japan, mental health education has been abolished in 1980 due to the beginning of pressure-free schooling, Yutori Kyoiku in Japanese. And like, because we don't have any opportunity to learn about how to deal with our mental health, or how can we detect our mental change, or how to support others, I think like we tend to not to like deal with our stress, and that is leading to the high suicide rate. So yes, I think Japanese culture and lack of education are one of the biggest causes of that.
This may be a challenging question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Now that you have all this knowledge that you've learned after the fact, what do you think in terms of your uncle that passed away because of suicide? If you had a time machine and you could go back, what would you say to him, or what would you do for him?
Okay, I would definitely refer him, say him to go to a psychiatrist. Like my family had detected his suicidal thoughts, and my family had listened to his suicidal thoughts, but we never offer him to have the specialized professional treatment. So yeah, the third stage, linking stage, is the biggest one that I want to do when I go to the past.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mr. Now, thank you. As this session comes to a close, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panel of judges. Please join me in showing our appreciation standing up with a big round of applause as they leave the hall. Now, it's time to bid farewell to our incredible speakers. Let's show our admiration and support for their outstanding efforts with a resounding round of applause as they exit the hall. Please be seated. Please be seated for a moment while we prepare for the next presentation. Now, we'd like to extend the floor to our esteemed sponsors for the presentation. ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。まず、株式会社トライズコーチング英会話スクールトライズのネイティブコンサルタント、ラドウィック・ジェイク・ベンジャミン様。舞台の方へどうぞ。
All right, one more time. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. So, everyone, thank you for your time today to come out and observe this amazing native English competition, I realized that hearing my own native language spoken so beautifully has touched my heart more than you could imagine. So today I represent my company, Torais, and to really share with you what we do, I want to give a little bit of background about me. Next slide, please. Welcome to Torais. This is the first greeting that you receive from a native consultant like myself. It is a way to extend an arm for your English journey, for your English studies. Next slide, please. My guess is this. A lot of students might have had troubles with English in Japan. They might have studied a little bit, or maybe there's a little struggle point that they're still observing. Maybe there's just one little fix that they need. But how do you reach that level? How do you know what your mistake is? Next slide, please. So, first of all, who am I to even be up here talking to you guys about this? Well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jake. I'm an American, and I moved to Japan a few years ago. I first lived in Kyoto, where I saw the education of elementary school and middle school students. I moved to Tokyo, where I saw kindergarten education. And then I've had the experience and pleasure of teaching students as young as 1 year old to as old, or as we put, full-aged, as 85. And I've seen what it takes to get to your next English level. Next slide, please. These are some of the statistics that you might see in terms of age and people who study English. As you can see, the percentage of students who learn English tend to dwindle as you increase in age. And even for the younger students, as young as 10 and 14 years of age, it is drastically low. Next slide, please. What we do at Torais is we try to supplement your earlier English education maybe you received in middle school, high school, and try to really push you further to your English dream of fluency. It's a program built for people who truly wish to take their English to the next level. And how our process works is the main important part of you being implemented into a system with coaches and consultants. Myself, I'm your motivator. I make sure that you get your 1,000 hours of extra English that is said to be needed to reach fluency. Next slide, please. We have many amazing, impressive numbers, but maybe that's not the main point. We could dazzle you with statistics all day and how amazing our program is, but next slide, please. The reality is, we suggest that you study for at least 3 hours a day in order to obtain and achieve your English dreams. Now that sounds frightening. That sounds scary. Even learning English to some people might seem frightening. But for those who are willing to take the challenge, this is what we can offer you. Next slide. We realize that in a school system, every student is treated identically. But we realize that we do not all learn identically. There are those who are better at certain statistics and subjects than others. We tailor your English education. We tailor your English proficiency to you, the individual. Next slide, please. Where are you right now? Well, maybe Waseda University, if we're going to take this literally. But the real question is in your English. Next slide, please. The real question is, where do you want to be? Do you want to be native level? Do you want to be fluent level? Do you want to go to the moon? Where do you want to go? These are the important questions to ask yourself. And at Torais, we want you to not only shoot for the moon, but eventually land there as well. Your English fluency on the line. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is a phrase that I learned. You may not know this, but I've actually studied 3 languages, Japanese being one of them. And the phrase that was really difficult for me to translate into English and really understand the meaning of, Namakohobyaki, to rise 8 times after falling 7, to keep going forward. Next slide, please. This is where you can take yourself, as long as you have the mindset. Mistakes are oftentimes the best teachers in life if you learn from them. If you do not run away and you do not shy. Don't look down, but look forward, because the rest of your life is ahead of you. So where will you go on your English journey, on your English fluency level adventure? Next slide, please. I believe that is the final slide. So everyone, thank you very much for your time and listening. And I appreciate you all for joining us here today. From Torais, from everyone here, thank you.
ありがとうございます。次に、株式会社プロゴスの親会社である株式会社レア塾の代表取締役社長、中村岳様、お願いいたします。
Well, hi everyone, I'm Gaku, co-founder and CEO of Rare Job Group. I'm very honored to be here at this speech contest. Well, Rare Job Group started online English tutorial in 2007. At that time, the issue in Japan is that we don't have places to speak English casually. And I also wanted to speak English a lot in university days, but there are no places to speak casually. So I decided to create online English tutorial. We have around 6,000 tutors in the Philippines, and they teach English online and one-to-one with affordable prices. With that, lots of Japanese became fluent in English. And after that, we realized that there are a lot of demands to measure speaking ability. Usually in corporate clients, they use TOEIC as a speaking indicator. But a lot of HR managers complain that only with TOEIC it is not enough. Even if they have high score, employees cannot do the work outside of Japan effectively. It's because that TOEIC didn't measure speaking ability. So we decided to create the Probus speaking test using AI. With Probus, we can effectively measure speaking ability. And we aim to use Probus as a standard of English measuring standard to become the corporate client in the measuring standard, replacing TOEIC. So I hope that all of you use Probus to evaluate your speaking ability and then also certify your English skill. Some of the big companies like Amazon are using our Probus as a fresh graduate entrance exam. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. And as in the flyer, Probus is now looking for the people who would like to take the test to create our new Probus standard. And I hope that some of you will try to take our Probus. Please look at the flyer of the details. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。次に、株式会社ワンコイングリッシュ代表取締役、小島祐樹様、お願いいたします。
皆様、こんにちは。株式会社ワンコイングリッシュ代表の小島祐希と申します。今日はこのような機会を与えていただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。スライドちょっと2枚目お願いします。ちょっといいかな。ちょっとね、企業紹介だけだと、私のプロフィール的な話もさせていただければと思います。ちょっと早稲田大学私も出てるんですが、11年、ここで通いまして、そこから新卒採用みたいなの一切やりませんで、世界中を回りました。大体ですね、5年ぐらいかけて、60カ国ほど回ってるんですけど、バックパッカーみたいな感じで結構ディープに行きました。アフガニスタン戦争も行きましたし、エベレストも登りましたし、メキシコのシャーマニズムみたいなのを研究しましたし、世界的なですね、宗教の、原理主義の街みたいなとかね、そんなところをいろいろ経験しました。でそこでですね、今、その経験を通して何やってるかというところなんですけど、日本の開国ということをミッションにいくつか会社をやっています。で今日はワンコイングリッシュという話させていただければと思うんですが、次のスライドお願いします。はい、いいですね。次のスライドお願いします。ハイブリッドな人材を創出し、日本と世界にいい影響を与えるというところで、私自身がですね、海外いろいろ回っていろいろと気づきました。外から見ることによって日本の良さ、改善点、もう分かったつもりですし、世界で学ぶべきところ、真似しちゃダメなところ、そんなところも学んだと思うんですが、やはりですね、日本を変えていくにはですね、開国が必要だと思ってます。で、日本の歴史を鑑みてもですね、繰り返してるんですよね。鎖国、開国、江戸末期、鎖国、で、黒船来て開国、戦後もそうですよね、第二次世界大戦、ガラパゴス化した帝国主義。そこを変えていって、そこからまたね、世界経済大国になっていたのも、開国があったからだと思ってます。で、開国誰がしてきたかというところが大事で、これはハイブリッドのジャパニーズです。こういったハイブリッドというのは、日本とグローバルをする人材ですね。こういった人材が日本を作ってきました。幕末でいくと、幕末に進出したのは、そうですね、今時の言葉で言うとですね、当時イケてる若者たちが要望して、明治にイノベーションを作ったと思ってますし、戦後もそうですね、ものづくりを、学んで、当時のイケてる若者たちが学んで、トヨタ、パナソニック、ホンダ、こういったものができたと思ってます。だからまた、今の日本、停滞した日本を変えていくには、あるいは世界のより良い、状態に持っていくには、日本人がどんどん外に出ていくことが大事だと思っています。なので、我々は、さらにちょっとあんまり今日話さないんですが、1時間500円で英語を教えるという英会話スクール。留学や日本語学校もやってるんですが、思いとしては、こういった思いで授業を作っております。なので、おそらく一番日本で、安い、英会話学校になると思います。今10店舗ほどで、来年から全国展開を始めていくんですが、ちょっと周りの皆さんもですね、グローバル英語ちょっと興味あるよということであれば、ぜひ、進めていただきたいなという点と、今我々会社自身もですね、会社自体も、スタッフ50カ国います。会社としてもですね、旧体制とした日本の会社、これをぶっ壊していかなきゃいけないという思いで、50カ国のスタッフ、マネージャー陣、役員陣も外国人のスタッフを入れて、新しい会社を形というのを作ろうとしています。なので、働くという点でもですね、アルバイトさん、社員、募集してますので、興味ある方はホームページ覗いてもらえればと思います。ということで、ご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。It's your support that has made this contest possible for all of us. We will now take an intermission. The second session will commence at 1:40. Kindly be seated by 1:35. Please be reminded that eating, drinking, and smoking are strictly prohibited within this hall. Thank you.セカンドセッションは1時40分より開始いたします。1時35分までにお席にお戻りくださいますようお願いいたします。 Now, everyone, let's continue with the contest. Please join me in welcoming our sixth speaker. She is Ms. Sophia Yamaguchi from Hosei University. She will deliver the speech under the title of Resonate with Lyrics. Resonate with Lyrics. Ms. Yamaguchi is about to share her unique perspective and wisdom.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremony and distinguished judges, and all the organizers and audience. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. One day, the girl was sitting in the seat of the train with a dark field. She could no longer laugh, and suicide came to her mind. But suddenly, in her headphones, one phrase sounded. A beautiful melody was in the background. Over headphones, the voice was singing like, turn off the pain, turn off the suffering, and make it into love. That was a gift of hope for her vessel. She rose from the darkness and is now celebrating the life with that song, which has become her treasure. That girl was me. Today, I'm standing here to share with you how to save yourself when you feel rejected by others. I want you to respect your wonderful personality and understand that you are important. I believe that you can save yourself from the darkness and feel like you can live again. Identity crisis. Does anyone know what is an identity crisis? It is what happened to me and many others. Psychologist Kazuhito Ozawa stated that this identity crisis is triggered by denial and rejection from others. So identity crisis, in other words, is a collapse of self-identity. You may not be familiar with it, but when you have broken heart, when you like to, when your job hunting is not going well, do you ever feel you are in denial? This is the seed of an identity crisis. Considerations by psychologist Erickson suggest that everyone is likely to have this experience because diverse values and life choices exist a lot in our society. A website of a mental clinic in Kyoto mentions that identity crisis can cause serious diseases like developing depression and suicide attempts. I also have suffered such a crisis and lost myself enough to contemplate suicide. Let me share with you about myself. My birth country started the war a while ago. When people found out that I was related to Russia, some saw me as a villain and started to keep a distance to avoid trouble. Some even shouted at me on the train. I lost my confidence about my birth history. At such time, my most precious loved one suddenly said, "We are done. I have feelings for you." My heart driven into my stomach when he said those words. I feel like I was dead from the inside. Why does an identity crisis occur when others reject us? It's because we are so overwhelmed by sadness which makes us blind. The flower of self-worth dies by being trampled by others. It means by being in denial about our past and what we have always believed in, we become unsure of what we should think and live from now on. I hope that your trusted friends and family will help you. However, humans have uncertain emotions. The words from our surroundings can cause us to have an identity crisis anytime. So, you have to redefine what values and morals you ever had and what you aim for by yourself. But how? In such times, Having empathy is helpful because this feeling is one of the self-awareness in the psychology field. So let us tell you how having empathy saved me to redefine myself. This phrase that I sang at the beginning of my speech, turn all the pain, turn all the suffering, and make it into love. It's from the song named Inoribana by Japanese artist Hirai Dai. Yes, the lyrics of the music made myself bloom again when I received this message over headphones. I felt tremendous empathy. I could see myself in the future and find an ideal image of my life. The dead flower of my soul came back to life again. I noticed it. What I felt as empathy was my sense of value and the direction I should be living in. So, is it so important to having empathy to lyrics? Yes. The psychologist Shinji Gami claims that listening to lyrics increases our understanding of our own values, helps us visualizing our life ideals, and helps us and forms a clear sense of self. So, empathizing with lyrics can lead to overcoming an identity crisis. Then, someone might say, a collection of poems and quotes, isn't that right? No. I would say, don't take melody lightly. Listening to melody produces many secretions related to happiness, dopamine for pleasure, and endorphins for sense of euphoria. So, the combination of lyrics and melodies can save your life. Here, how do you find such songs? The key is that when you are in distress, you are in a situation that you are already recognizing the song that you can resonate with. If you have favorite songs right now, I urge you to check the lyrics card to recognize the lyrics as a visual information. There are surely parts where the same words were used repeatedly. Take a moment to ponder why the lyricist uses those words so many times and think about whether you can resonate with them. Then, those who don't have a taste to listening music, think about favorite word or quote and enter it in the search box to Google it on your device. Then, songs containing those words will appear on a website such as called Moji. Finding a song close to your value is precious, and will one day save your life from the darkness. You empathize with lyrics. You know what you value. You are a beautiful and strong flower, capable of holding your own, even if people deny you. Believe in yourself is a treasure song. Thank you very much.
Then, we will have special closing session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for your speech. I'm reminded of many songs going through my head when I was growing up as well. But my first question is, of course, in your own words, why did you choose this topic?
Thank you. For the song called Inoribana, I realized that the lyricists have the strong thought to convey to us, listener, and it could potentially save us. And I want to have people like you all affirm yourselves through the lyrics of the music that will guide you and to get back on your feet whenever you feel rejected. That's all.
I'm not sure if I caught it, but how did you come by this song? Was it just by chance, or someone introduced you to this song, or just searched it or something? How did you come about this song?
Inoribana?
Yes.
Actually, I have known that song before, but when I feel very negative, the song automatically sounded in my headphones and just I listening, and those words sounded.
You mentioned identity crisis,
Yeah.
and the two things is denial and rejection. So I understood your speech rejection, of course, when you first came to Japan, and because of your background, people rejected you as well. What is an example of denial that happened to you in the case of the identity crisis?
For example, I was born in Russia, and I have a background in Russia, so I have a culture of it. But when the war started and someone said to me, like, Russia is a bad country and that the country started the war and you are a part of them, so I have a negative feeling with that.
I think it's really great that music has healed you and inspired you. But I think for most of us, at least our experience is that we catch music randomly in our life. For example, when we break up with someone, we all start listening to sad songs and cry and eat ice cream and get fat or something like that. Or when Taylor Swift breaks up with all her boyfriends, she writes a song about them. And so you don't want to be Taylor Swift's boyfriend. So how do you think people should avoid this or try to find a more positive way to find music that inspires them?
How to find the songs, right?
Yes, exactly.
So firstly, music or abandoned. So listen carefully to the lyrics, like listen to what playing at the store or go to karaoke and the song that your friends sing and make it your favorite and listen it carefully, like especially to the lyrics. Because I think most of you maybe focus on the melody and the lyrics is like just floating, so I want to take it more seriously and feel empathetic with it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mr. Murata. Now it is time for judgment. Now, let us welcome our seventh speaker. She is Ms. Minori Sakai from Doshisha University. She will deliver the speech under the title of You Are a Life-Saving Hero. You Are a Life-Saving Hero. Ms. Sakai is about to take the stage and leave us inspired.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, organizers, and audience. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Bang. One night, I heard a thump in my mother's square. Dad! Dad! However, there was no response from my father. Yes. My father had collapsed because of heart attack. Help me, my father! Please! My mother said to me. However, I was frozen. Thanks to the medicine
This is the scariest experience I have ever had in my life. Today, I'd like to talk to you about how to act in such a situation. After listening to my speech, I hope you will be able to take action quickly when the loved one collapses in front of you. Then, you can become a life-saving hero. In fact, many people cannot act quickly in such a situation. Asahi Kasei's own medical corporation, a medical equipment manufacturer, surveyed 500 people and asked if they could act when someone collapses in front of them. According to the survey, only 20% of respondents said, I could. In other words, 80% of people will not be able to do anything. And to tell you the truth, I was one of them. Don't you think this is a serious problem? More than 80% of those cases happen in front of someone. However, one person every 7 minutes dies because the person who is there doesn't act. If there were more people who can act quickly, the outcome has been differentiated. Probably some of you think it is the best way to wait for the ambulance. But this is wrong. A person's survival rate is less than 10% after 10 minutes. Also, you may think, if I try to help, the person's condition will get worse. But this is wrong too. Doing nothing can kill a loved one. Japanese government has already stated that all students are taught how to act in such a situation in school. Also, we can learn how to act when we get a driver's license. But why? Why do so many people fail to act even with experience learning about it? I think one reason is that the steps we should take are so complicated that we find it difficult to remember them. In fact, the same applies to me. I learned what to do in school, but on that day, I couldn't act. I regret it deeply. Do you remember what action you should take? The answer is probably not. So, how can we be a life-saving hero? I recite the correct steps to take and attended workshop held at fire station. Then, I created an original keyword to help you remember. The keyword is 3 C's. Call, check, CPR. The cause of panic when your loved one collapses in front of us is not knowing what to do. If you just remember 3 C's, what you have to do is clear. So we can live calmly, right? Today, I am standing here to share this wonderful keyword. The first C is call, which means calling an ambulance. If there are people around you, you should say, you, there, call an ambulance. Give clear instruction like this. If there's no one around you, you must call the ambulance by yourself. After calling the ambulance, you should do the second C. The second C is check. Here, you need to check if the person is breathing. Because if they are not breathing, that is an indication the heart has stopped. How can we tell if they are breathing? The simplest way I was taught in the workshop was to put your hands on the stomach for 10 seconds. If there is no movement or you are unsure, you should assume the heart has stopped. If you
determines there is no breathing, you should do the last C. The last C is CPR. CPR is blowing into the person's lungs while compressing their chest. A person's survival rate with CPR is twice as high as without it. I don't know how to do it. You may say. However, it is no problem. The emergency call operator teaches you how to do CPR on the phone kindly. So we can do CPR whenever and wherever. Maybe some of you are thinking, don't you need an AED? That's true. An AED is a machine that delivers electric shock to the heart. It is usually available in public places. When you give instructions to call an ambulance, you should tell the person to bring an AED. However, if you are the only one there, you don't have to bring it, because the chance of survival goes down while you are going to get it. Also, even if there is an AED, you must do 3 C's. So, 3 C's is the most important thing you should remember. One day, a woman collapsed in front of me on the train. At the moment, 3 C's came into my mind, and I ran up to help her. Fortunately, she recovered quickly, so I didn't have to do 3 C's. This experience shows that 3 C's is effective. Thanks to 3 C's, I could move. I could become a life-saving healer. Next is your turn. You are a life-saving healer. Thank you for listening. Then, we will have question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for your speech. Again, in your own words, why did you choose this topic?
When my father collapsed in front of me, I was frozen. I couldn't think of anything. I regret it deeply. So I don't want everyone to feel the fear I felt when my father collapsed. So that's why I chose this topic.
And how did you come up with the 3 C's?
I recited the correct steps, and I went to the workshops held at the fire station. And I considered many times, and I was looking for linking, because if there is a linking, everyone can remember those steps. So I found it 3 C's.
I guess the next question is, now that you are very passionate about 3 C's, are you doing any activity to educate or spread your passion or your desire to improve people to become a hero with the 3 C's?
Could you say that again, please?
Now that you're passionate about this topic of being a hero and saving, are you involved in any activities, like first aid or creating a website or any kind of activity that will educate people about using the 3 C's?
So you mean how
are you continuing with this?
So 3 C's is original keyword. So everyone here
hear my speech. So everyone already become a lopsided viewer. So I participate the open competition, and I want to speak for many people.
So you just want to share this experience with them?
Yes, that's why I'm standing here.
Okay. And of course, on a personal question, how is your father? Is he okay now?
He's in good pulse.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mr. Khan. Now it is time for questions. It's time to welcome our next speaker. He is Mr. Ryota Daimon from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. He will deliver the speech under the title of One Watched, Nine Lost. One Watched, Nine Lost. Mr. Daimon is about to share his thoughts and insights.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, and dear audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What is media for you? Have you ever thought about what media should be? Today, I would like to cast doubt on the current state of media. To state my conclusion first, what each media report is one-sided, but it is difficult to change media itself. So resolution of the doubt depends on us. In other words, receivers of information. Regardless of topics, we are in the sea of information. Let me ask another question. Have you ever felt that each medium reports different things or patronizes certain sides? When I was a child, TV news broadcasted about Islamic State, terrorism, genocide, and torture. I was forced to hear these horrible words. Its broadcasting made me hate Islam itself. I was poisoned by biased coverage. However, through studying at high school and university, I found myself having a wrong impression. Of course, some terrorism and crimes are real, but media conceive what true Islam is. Now, I can increase what I watch on Islam. I can deal with biased coverage, but not everyone does. So I am here to tell you the tips to deal with it. Biased coverage is an operation which conceals something inconvenient. In my speech, I define media as means which give us information. It is significant to treat biased coverage and collect enough information. We will be familiar with media in multiple languages. Even if you use only Japanese media, smartphones or computers enable us to check foreign media in Japanese. The goal of this speech is to realize that biased coverage is always with us and sometimes strikes us. This speech is a wake-up call for you as receivers of information. Nowadays, innumerable media exist around us. If we focus on only Japanese media, our information will be biased. Taking limited media for granted contributes to the obstructions of biased coverage. In case of Turkish newspapers, whether they are left or right, new or old, and religious or secular, many kinds of newspapers are published. It is almost impossible to understand everything just by reading one newspaper. Japanese newspapers are similar. Akira Ikegami, who is a Japanese journalist, indicates that in case of constitutional amendments, Asahi and Tokyo newspapers often take up critical viewpoints, but Yomiuri and Sankei newspapers are the reverse. What you usually see is the tip of an iceberg. Biased coverage makes you miss the core of conflicts. In case of Islamic State, broadcasting makes people simply regarded as genocide groups, and in the worst case, hate Islam itself. Believing something is not illegal, but not knowing other positions can cause attack for them. It turns public peace in our society. You have potential to violate public peace. We should not ignore this harm, regardless of our interests. Why do we fall into biased coverage? The key word is 1 that you have watched and 9 that you have lost. It contributes to making us not collect various information. Media often show only one-sided and biased viewpoints. We are in echo chamber and filter bubble. Echo chamber means you exchange your ideas with only those who are similar to you. Filter bubble means you lose opportunity to get in contact with opponents. These facts make you miss none. What matters is treating biased coverage. After checking plural sources of media, realize that information is there are many kinds of information and each person believes different information. Let's turn your eyes toward 9. From 2 approaches, you'll be able to deal with biased coverage. The first approach is awareness of biased coverage. You should check plural sources of media. We already can read various media in Japanese, BBC, New York Times, and Afghans. This is why we don't have to worry about the languages. Moreover, you can start this approach from what you prefer. I habitually check not only national but local newspapers on baseball. Let me introduce an easier way to check several sources of media. At a bookstore, you can flip through other books before buying what you want. And now, various kinds of newspapers are issued on the internet, so we can check them in spite of time or place. This is why checking several sources of media is not difficult. The second approach is finding echo chamber and filter bubble. Social media tend to show what you prefer. In X's timeline, there are many pieces of information which are attractive. The American presidential election in 2020 is a typical example. Supporters of Donald Trump had kept contact in a closed echo chamber and had not even contact with opponents because they were trapped in a filter bubble. Too better near to contrary opinions will weaken the influence of echo chamber and filter bubble. Through these approaches, you must inspect and not be blind. Realize that information is overflowing regardless of its correctness, and we have to gain many kinds of information greed. You can avoid extreme results and be confident in what you believe because you choose from plural kinds of information. Certainly, covering all kinds of information is difficult. So as a first step, click the link of related articles or usual ones which you watch. It makes you realize what an immediate concern biased coverage is. Treating biased information and prejudice contributes to avoiding confusion and misunderstanding. If people had gained enough information about COVID-19, people would have not all tired people up. In case of wars between Israel and Gaza, what has is cruel, but Muslim has been oppressed by Europe or Jewish people. Media sometimes give you inadequate information just to gain support. What each media report is one-sided and it contributes to our misunderstandings. You must not be subject to biased coverage. Bring this right with you. One watched, nine lost. It is a signal to realize and deal with biased coverage. Thank you for listening.
Then, we will have a question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you very much for your company.
Thank you.
First question, in your own words, why did you choose this topic?
Yes, thank you for your question. I have majored in the politics or history of Middle East at university. So, through my study at university, I found that what each media reports about Islam or Middle East is totally different from what I learned at university about Islam or Middle East. So I was surprised with the difference between the truth and what each media reports. So I chose this topic as my speech.
Thank you. You also mentioned that most media is very biased in one way. I think in general too, people are biased. And so what do you think about biased media, biased people together perpetuating maybe disinformation or wrong conclusions about certain things?
Certainly, people are sometimes biased because each person has something different. Each person believes each different information or thoughts. So it is natural that what our thought is different, but we can communicate each other and we can understand each other's opinions. So being biased, in case of people, being biased is not always bad, but we can understand or communicate each other. So it is the difference between media and people, and it is a resolution for people.
Thank you. Next question. There's so many sources, especially with social media these days. There's so many sources of information, blogs, feeds, videos, Twitter, or X now. What is your primary source of news and information that you get that you think is not so biased?
The present situation, the most accessible media for me is smartphones. In other words, online news. Through online news, I have checked Turkish media or Japanese media or English media. So these online news are primary source of information. But does it make sense?
Do you have any particular outlets that you get your news from? For example, for me, I never get news from someone's blog. I rely on, for example, I like The Guardian, for example. I like The Economist, for example. So what is your primary source of news? Which outlet?
It gives to me someone who is expert about the particular certain things is my primary source of information for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now it is time for judging. Please give a warm welcome to our ninth speaker. She is Ms. Mika Sugaya from Takasaki City University of Economics. The title of her speech is Japanese Reformer. Ms. Sugaya is set to deliver a speech that will resonate with us all.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Mika. I can speak English and I like to read books. This is me 5 years ago. But now I'm like, hi guys, I'm Mika, an English speaker. I love to have new friends. I used to be bullied and lost my confidence. But I have my true confidence now. How could I? It is because I have a mind that, why do I need to run away and be ashamed? I didn't do anything. Don't you think so? In Japan, we try to help the children who are being bullied, and we try to give them a way out. This was the point I noticed when I was recommended by the Japanese teacher to take a counseling. Why do they think victims need to run away? If you see a person being bullied, what would you do? Or what would you say to them? Today, I will teach you how to do this. And please be the person who reforms these Japanese cultures. The answer to this is to tell them they are not wrong and they don't need to run away. Everyone who has been bullied should be able to casually say, I was bullied by them. Something is wrong with them, so let them get counseling. I told this to my Japanese teacher, but she didn't ask because I was just a child. And now, I'm 20 years old, so I'm going to talk about how counseling solves bullying with evidence. So, what bullying is solved by counseling? A joint study conducted by Atlantic University in the US, Concordia University in Canada, and Uppsala University in Sweden on 1,409 adult and boys and girls, and found that parents of bullies were cynical and hostile toward their children. And the study found that the children who were routinely criticized, sarcastically criticized, or teased by their parents developed emotional dysfunction and lost control of their anger, and they vent their anger by bullying others. In other words, in many cases, the cause of the bully is the environment. Therefore, it is possible to eradicate future bullying by educating and counseling children from an early age. To show you the situation in Japan, I'll give you some examples with my country, which I lived 8 years, and some others. First, in the US, where I lived, bullies are given in-person training and counseling on anger management. My friend took counseling, and she became nice to others, and she began to laugh a lot, because the counseling made her teacher recognize her family problem, and her environment had changed. Second, in the UK, about 90% of schools have surveillance cameras installed, and 10% have even installed them in changing rooms in restrooms. And courts have ordered the parents of bullies to take a course. In March of last year, France has positioned bullying as a criminal offense and established jail sentence and fines as penalties. Depending on the degree of the bullying and the age of the perpetrator, The penalty shall be imprisonment least than 3 years, and the fine shall be more than 5.7 million yen. To understand the current situation, the government has stated that from now on, when a cancellation is received at a bullying cancellation service, the content of the cancellation is automatically reported to the local preceptor in charge. Furthermore, if the bullying perpetrator is identified, the principal and the head of the local government is authorized to forcibly transfer the student to another school. In these 3 countries, bullying are taken seriously, and these penalties are working to the bully. As you can see, in these 3 countries, measures are taken on the assumption that bullying will occur. In conclusion, Japan has a remarkably low level of awareness among children and adults. First of all, the system is made under the premise that bullying will not occur. Then, their fact-finding days for students care will be delayed, and the offending students are only given guidance. This comparison shows that Japan's idea and system of bullying is still in its infancy. To improve the bullying situation in Japan, we need to deal with the perpetrators who need to be cared for, and the causes of them should be addressed from the root by bringing in a third-party professional organization like France, reforming the school system, and raising awareness. What we can do about this is to tell others and spread it to a lot. Like making a speech like this, or just having this discussion like a daily talk. And fixing lots of mind and hope. If a lot of people feel this discomfort, I think Japan might change a little. There was a tendency that what happened in the school is the matter of the school, the parent, and the student themselves. And recognizing that perpetrator is also minor, it was not right to treat bullying with a crime. However, the escalation of the cyberbullying, which resulted in suicide, prompted the French government to have a serious stand. In Japan, many students commit suicide due to cyberbullying. I have a thought to suicide myself too. In France, the Mothers of the Suicide established an anti-bullying campaign association and lobbied the government. The Japanese government is still too slow to take an action, so let us, we, Japanese reformers, to change Japan. We don't have time to wait for the government. In this speech, I want everyone to recognize Japan's underdeveloped bullying situation and change your obvious idea of bullying. Japanese reform. We can change Japan by changing minds. Don't ignore who bully or being bullied. Talk to them and recommend them to take a counseling. Come on, guys. Let's reform Japan and lead Japan to happy future. Thank you.
So, we will have a question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please begin.
Thank you for sharing your personal experience with us.
Thank you.
Again, I know you mentioned in your speech, but I want to hear in your own words why you chose this topic.
Yeah, so my biggest purpose to having a speech is I want everyone to notice what I noticed. It's the wrong way that Japan's education is doing, making a way to the victim. So I noticed that, so I wanted a lot of people to notice it. And these open contests, there's a lot of audiences, so I thought this topic is perfect for me to share my opinions to a lot of people. That's why I chose this topic for the open content speeches. Thank you.
And my guess was you were bullied when you were in the United States, is that correct?
Yes, and in Japan.
When you returned, right? So what, may I ask, if you're okay to talk about it, how were you bullied in the United States?
Yeah, in the United States, like, I thought United States has a lot of people, right? Like a lot of nationalities, but my friend told me Japanese people was really rare for them, and they told me, like, you're Japanese, go to your country, and I had a really good pronunciation because I was there from 2, but they told me you're speaking the wrong language, or my face is really Asian, so they told me you're really Asian, and they hesitated me because I was really different from others, so they attacked me with words, and also sometimes with like a little violence thing, like with my hairs, or just bounced me a little bit. So the bullying difference with Japanese was the violence thing was a little more than Japan. In Japanese, bullying were out of adults' eyes, and it was like really hidden bullying. So American bullying were a little violent thing.
You mentioned in your speech that in the case of Japan, when they discover a bullier, that person usually transferred to another school. Why do you think they do this instead of dealing with the bullier?
Oh, so you mean why friends have been to transfer the student to another school?
Well, say for example, they will offer counseling to the person who's being bullied. If the person who's doing the bullying just gets sent away instead. So why do you think that is the approach that the education system uses?
Okay, so I think there are some children who can't be solved by counseling and adults can't handle. So I saw this in the internet of some of the students' parents of it. So children have effect by changing environment. So I think they thought like transferring to another school means changing their environment and fixing their minds. So to even protect the victims is a good way to transfer the bullies to another school, and also changing environment should probably have a good effect to the bullies too. So I thought it was a good way, and there was some examples that had success. So I think this is a good way, and that's why.
Here's something I do have one final question for you. You talk about the word reform. What is your definition of reform?
Okay, so my reform means changing it from the root, like just not changing a little bit. I want Japanese people to change their thoughts really different, because giving the victims away and counseling is really opposite, I think. So I thought we need to have a change from the root. So I had a definition of reform is to change it from the root, and reforming the thoughts really opposite. That's why I used reform.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murata and Ms. Michael. Last but certainly not least, let's welcome our final contestant. She is Miss Misato Matsuo from Waseda University. She will deliver a speech under the title of 719,000,000 9.2% and $2.15. 719,000,000 9.2% and $2.15. Miss Matsuo is prepared to leave us in awe with her presentation.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. 719 million, 9.2%, and $2.15. Does anyone have any idea what this number is? I will ask you the same question at the end of my speech, so please keep it in mind. It is sudden, but I used to live in Dubai, where it's known to be a very wealthy country. Locals in Dubai are no matter rich and receive enough resources to live by the government. I used to go to an international school, where the tuition fee is known to be really expensive. So my friends around me had more than enough to receive a faithful art life. As well as me, my parents both worked super hard to have enough to nourish me. So I never used to think that there are people who were considered to be poor existed in this country. One day, I stepped in a certain area by accident, and suddenly it became desolate, with children on the street, and the atmosphere of bad energy swirled around my body. At that moment, I saw the stark contrast between poor and wealth for the first time, and I was shocked at the immense disparity. I was speechless. From that day, my perspective changed. So today, I stand before you to address a pressing issue that touches the very core for humanity, poverty. I implore you to open your hearts and minds to the reality faced by millions of fellow human beings every single day. Poverty is not just a word, a statistic, or a distant problem far off land. It is a harsh reality that stains the fabric of our society, affecting countless lives in our very midst. It lurks in the shadow, robbing families of hope, dignity, and dreams. Poverty knows no border, no age, no race. It is an unwelcome guest in every corner of the globe. Dr. Liz Stafford once said, the opposite of poverty is not wealth, the opposite of poverty is enough. Living in Japan, it is sometimes difficult to understand poverty because we often forget the blessings that we have. We often forget that we do have enough. However, imagine for a moment the piercing eyes of a child, their innocent dreams, overshadowed by the burden of hunger and want. Picture the despair etched on the faces of parents who cannot provide enough for their families. Their heart, heavy with a sense of failure that was never theirs to bear. Yet, amidst the darkness of poverty, there shines a glimmer of light, the resilience and the strength of those who struggle every day. The human spirit, unmoved by circumstances, fights to rise above to create a better tomorrow. As we gather here today, let us acknowledge that poverty is not an unsolvable enigma. It is a challenge that requires not just empathy, but collective action. We hold in our hands the power to elevate the suffering of millions, to uplift lives, and to empower our community. To combat poverty, we must confront its root causes: lack of education, inadequate access to healthcare, and unemployment. Education is the beacon that lights the path toward a better future, empowering individuals with skills and knowledge to break free from the shackles of poverty. Investment in healthcare is not just a matter of treating diseases. It is an investment in human capital
enabling individuals to contribute fully to society. By fostering a society that promotes equal opportunities and dismantling barriers, we can forge a society where everyone has a chance to thrive. Unemployment causes workers to suffer from financial hardship that impacts families, relationships, and communities. This can cause shame and stigma, social isolation, and crime. Addressing unemployment often requires a combination of economic policies, support programs, and workforce training to create job opportunities. Moreover, let us not forget the power of empathy and compassion. As fellow human beings, we are bound by a shared responsibility to take care of each other. A single act of kindness can ignite a chain reaction of hope, a sparking change in the lives of many. The fight against poverty is not an option. It is a moral imperative that calls upon us to rise above indifferences. Together, we can create a tomorrow where every child is free from hunger, where every person has access to education and healthcare, and where the barriers that divide us crumble before the bond of solidarity. At last, $719 million, 9.2% and $2.15. Does anyone understand what this number means now? According to World Vision, 719 million, more than 9.2% of the world population live less than $2.15 a day and are considered to be living in absolute poverty. So this means if there are 100 people in this hall, more than 9 of you live less than 311 yen a day. That is like one good sandwich I had in the morning. Believe it or not, this is the reality that we're facing today. Poverty is not just a word, a statistic, or a distant problem far fled. It is the reality that we humans have to stand united, not as a mere spectator, but as an active participant in shaping a world where poverty becomes a thing of the past. Nelson Mandela, the first black president in South Africa, once said, "Overcoming poverty is not a work of charity, it is a work of justice." Let us sow the seed of compassion, nurture the garden of progress, and witness the blooming of the world transformed by the triumph over poverty. I've talked for a long time, but one thing I want you to remember back home is 719 million. 9.2% and $2.15. 719 million, 9.2% and $2.15. That could have been you, or maybe you. Could all of you stand by and let this people starve? Thank you. We will have question and answer session for 4 minutes. Mr. Chu, please sit in.
Thank you very much for your speech. Again, the standard question I'm asked all the participants. In your own words, why did you choose this topic?
Thank you for your question. My first biggest reason is that I wanted to share my perspectives on poverty and also change my audience's, you guys' perspectives on poverty. So since I was little, I was kind of living in a quite wealthy country, a country and a wealthy family, and I used to think poverty as more like a geographic or historical thing. I never used to think it was more realistic what was happening next to me. And one day, so I had my experiment that I talked about during my speech, and I started to feel that poverty is something much closer to me than I used to think, and it is something that could have even happened to me, or maybe even happen to me in the future. So I wanted to share my opinions and perspectives and ideas, and also share why my opinions changed in this speech.
Thank you. In your speech, you sort of provided sort of a global perspective on poverty. And I know that poverty also exists in Japan, but not to that level, as you mentioned. When you mentioned the 4 factors: education, healthcare, employment, and systemic inequalities. To the best of your knowledge, how did Japan rank in these 4 areas?
So you mean?
You have poverty in Japan.
Poverty.
4 factors: education, healthcare, employment, and systemic inequality. How do you think Japan is doing in this area?
I feel like in Japan it is more fair enough about talking about all that 4 factors. The poverty is not that big compared to the global level. So I think it's kind of doing good right now, but it also needs some improvements in the future as well.
In that case, what do you think is the main cause of poverty in Japan?
I think it's the education. I'm like also talking about globally in Japan. I think it's education, and the reason is that for like I'm saying, I think you say don't give them the fish, teach them how to fish the fish. And so education is actually the most important point, because if you don't have education, you won't be able to work in a good place. And if you don't work in a good place, you won't be able to earn money, so you won't have access to healthcare. So yeah, I think education is really the beacon that's important.
Great. Final question. You seem very passionate about this topic, and I'm just curious, are you personally involved in any kind of activities outside school or in the school regarding this area?
So when I was in my middle high school, I went to Cambodia to build a school for the kids that was living there. And also I used to do something called like a box challenge, and you put something like toothpaste and clothes and towels inside the box and you give it to some people who needs help. Actually, in university, I still haven't gotten a chance, also because in high school we had COVID and we weren't really, I couldn't really participate in that part, but of course in future I wish to do something that I could do to help them.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. All the speakers have concluded their speeches. As the judges make their exit, let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause. Please rise and hang hands. Please be seated. Now, let's take a moment to spotlight the commercials graciously provided by our sponsors.
Do you know how long American diplomats are required to spend studying Japanese? 2,200 hours. In Japanese compulsory education, no more than roughly 1,200 hours are spent on English learning. Rise English Conversation Coaching offers a 1-year, 1,000-hour study course. It is not easy, but that is precisely why it works, enabling you to speak English after just 1 year of study.
AI と先生の力で最短で最高の結果をあなたに。パーソナルレシピ型英語学習のレシピ。累計200万ダウンロードを突破。レシピは第二言語習得理論に基づいて日本人の英語力をアップするための統合型英語学習アプリです。6技能がオールインワン。英語の各スキルは密接に関係しています。6技能をバランスよく学ぶことがとても大切。単語学習からリーディング、リスニング、ライティング、発音、スピーキングまで全てのスキルを磨く学習がオールインワン。4年連続3冠獲得。500円で英会話。ワンレッスン200円からの日常英会話に加え、教育対策やビジネス英会話なども学べる。さらに海外文化が体験できる国際交流イベントを毎月開催。しかも格安留学サービスも受けられる。満足度 92%、生活費7000円以上、講師数は10本を突破。ここまでできる英会話スクールって他にある？
Perfect! Fantastic! Good job!
One Point English! Progress measures how well you can speak English. The test time is only 20 minutes. AI will notify you of the results in 2 minutes. Results are displayed at SEPR level. SEPR is a standard widely used by schools and companies around the world. Progress data improves the quality of learning and training goal setting and effectiveness verification. At educational institutions such as universities, it can be used for more practical employment support. Progress takes your English learning to the next stage. For more information, search for Progress Test. We'd like to extend the floor to our esteemed sponsors for their presentations. ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。まず、株式会社スクールビズ様、お願いいたします。
スピーカーの皆様、素晴らしいスピーチ、ありがとうございました。その後で少しやりづらいことなんですけども、簡単に弊社の紹介をさせていただけると幸いです。弊社は日本最大級のリアルメディアを運営しているスクールビズというエージェントになっております。で皆さん、今日ここにいらっしゃる結構英語ができる方多いかもしれませんが、ただ、英語を話し慣れている方に苦手意識があったり、もう少しうまく話したいなと思っている方も多いかと思います。そういう方はぜひ、意訳を選択肢にいただけると嬉しいなと思います。次のスライドお願いします。弊社、いろんなリアクサポートをやっているんですけども、特に事前の英語学習、これに力を入れております。というのも、予約に行かれたら、事前に準備をしないで、そのまま入稿されて、現地で即公開される方がすごく多いんです。なので、そこのサポートをしっかりすることで、目標の英語力を達成できるようにサポートさせていただいております。次のスライドお願いします。次にお願いします。でですね、これ来週リリース予定なんですけども、プレビュー学というですね、事前学習に特化した学習プログラムを用意しております。で、こちら、これから適用される方、少人数といまして、ここでスピーキングですとか、基礎的な英語学習をしっかり学んでからよく抜けるようにサポートさせていただいています。ですので、あまり今、英語力に自信がなくても、またはもしくは、しっかり英語を学んでからよく行きたい。その方はですね、ぜひおすすめのサービスとなっておりますので、お寄せいただけたら嬉しいなと思います。で、皆さん、お手元のパンフレットにですね、弊社のロゴが入っているチケットがあるかなと思います。でそこに抽選番号が書かれてまして、本日、3名の方ですね、弊社で使える1万円分のリアククーポンをプレゼントさせていただきたいと思っています。皆さん見えますか？チケットありますか？番号をお願いします。27番、93番、 140番ありましたら、もう一度言います。27番、93番、140番ですね。この辺りを先導させてください。ありがとうございます。金額はわずかではあるんですけども、この件ぜひ予約をしっかりとして、いただけたら嬉しいなと思います。で私、この次の休憩時間にですね、代表の皆様からで右下におりますので、簡単に声掛けいただければ、すぐに私に言いますので、お願いします。で、弊社は手数料無料で予約サポートしていますので、ぜひ、これから予約にされている方とか、これからやってみたいな方は、ぜひ、気軽にご相談ください。以上です。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。次に、株式会社プロゴル、ポリグロ、失礼いたしました。株式会社ポリグロツ山本裕樹様、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。株式会社ポリグロツの山本と申します。弊社ですね、レシピという英語の学習アプリを開発している会社でございまして、ちょっとこちらの時間でご紹介させていただきたいと思います。次のスライドお願いします。ポリグロッツという会社で、なかなか馴染みのない会社なんですけれども、好きを学びに来ているところをコンセプトに、テクノロジーと人の融合で、言葉の壁を越えて世界で活躍できる日本人を増やす。皆様、今回のスピーカーの方々やご来場いただいている方々にとってもですね、世界で活躍したいと思われている方が多くいらっしゃるんじゃないかと思っています。弊社の特徴としてはですね、レシピの特徴なんですけれども、学習の個別最適化というところで、どのようにですね、学習したら最適な結果が出るかというところを、個別最適化、AI と人の先生の部分の力で最適化しているというサービスです。次のスライドお願いします。まずですね、英語学習というところで、実際に興味関心から学習することが大切だと思いますので、様々なジャンルの記事等を配信しているというサービスです。そして、6技能を学べる、オールインワンアプリということで、聞いてるだけではなくて、ちゃんとですね、話せるようになりたい、そういう方々が多くいらっしゃるかと思いますので、アプリの中でもですね、6技能をバランスよく学習できるサービスになっています。ただですね、どれをどう学習したらいいかというところで、弊社ですね、AI による個別最適化カリキュラムというところで、マイレシピというサービスをしています。こちらでですね、学習継続率 90% というところで、続けるための学習サービスを、提供しています。あとはですね、テクノロジーの力で学習サポートするというところで、例えば発音のチェックを AI にしたりとか、ライティング検索を AI にしたりとかというところでですね、今までアプリだけではですね、できなかったようなところもですね、非常に AI の力でもって、いろんな英語学習効率的にできるようになっておりますので、そういったものをご活用いただける形になります。最後ですね、お手元の資料の中に弊社のパンフレットと、あとはですね、QR コードを読み込んでいただくと、こちらの機能が1ヶ月無料で使える形になっておりますので、ぜひこちらをご利用いただければと思います。というところで以上で、ご利用いただきました。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you, Michael. Your unwavering support has not just made this contest a reality, but has fueled the passion that drives us all forward in this incredible journey. We are honored by the presence of Ms. Yoko Narahashi at this commemorative event. Prior to her lecture, let's take a moment to admire a magnificent reel showcasing the films she has contributed to. familiar with almost all the films and have had the pleasure of watching those films. It's with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed guest, Ms. Yoko Narahashi.
Hello everyone, you can hear me? Hello. Yes. Shy, I can't hear you. I wanted to say thank you for inviting me here today. I like to break rules. I'm supposed to be behind the podium, but I won't be. I wanted to, first of all, say thank you to every speaker today. They must congratulate themselves for their courage to be able to make that speech. And I know that they must have been very nervous and perhaps they want to get the prize. But the prize is really in having done that speech. And I really, really want to thank them for having just made that speech. They must have worked very hard and put a lot of creative talent into making that speech. So, are you here, the speakers? No, they're not here? The speakers are here, yes? Yeah, can you raise your hands? Yeah, that was wonderful, all of you, really. And don't think that you made a mistake or you didn't do well or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not in the awards, okay? So, just to let you know that it's very, very important. I think that some people have the language because you were raised in a certain place. I was raised in Canada, and some of you were raised, in an English-speaking environment, so your English is fine. So for those who weren't, it was more difficult, but you can always learn, and you can always improve your pronunciation so that you can be understood. Okay, so that's my one thing. For those who, their languages is not English, you did an amazing job, but you have to still keep working on the pronunciation. Actually, English is really easy, in a way. If you like music, right? Like Sophie, you like music, and I write lyrics too. So it's like, for example, you have a sentence. I'm just going to give you a very quickie lesson in English. Let's say, I want to go to New York, for example. I want to go to New York tomorrow or something. Then you look at the sentence, you think, what do you really want to say? And what are the most important words? I want to go to New York. It could be I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York tomorrow, right? So you just pick the words that are most important, and everything else you can relax. You can almost throw away. It's like a beat on in music, And I wish I could see you. So could you put the light a little bit on the audience? Is that possible? I'm breaking another rule. Could you understand my English? Sorry. I don't think they understood my English. Is it possible to put the light a little bit? Yeah, so I can see you, I'm sorry. Yeah, so for example, it's like I want to go to, if you say I want to go to New York, it's a lot of trouble, right? So if you just say New York, it's like New York. Then everything else is very quickly attached to New York. I want to go New York. Do you get that? So it's one beat on New York. And then everything else is all going to that one word. I want to go New York. You get what I mean? Yeah? So try it next time. Okay, thank you. Now, you saw some of my work in casting. And casting is, you might think different from speech making, but in a way, what I treasure in actors, I would also treasure in people who make speeches too. For example, in any of the actors I've worked on, I chose or I cast. It's like, when you cast, there are other people who do casting, but a lot of them just get the famous people and say, okay, put a famous actor into the role. But with me, I like to look for an actor who can fulfill his role or her role. It's like Cinderella. It's like Cinderella. The prince looks. He has her silver glass slipper, right? And he's trying to look for his Cinderella. So I have to always look for my Cinderella, or Mr. Cinderella, right? Because of the cast, of the role. And then, so I look everywhere. And in Japan, the English speaking, or now it's kind of getting better, but actors, there are far few more actors in Japan than in the United States, or in England, or Australia, or New Zealand, or Europe, right? So there are a lot of actors that a director has to see. And that's why there is a casting director, because the casting director chooses the best ones and presents this cast to the director. But it's not an easy job. Sometimes, like you saw Alejandro Inarritu, who's an amazing, intense Latin director. He got an Oscar for Birdman, I think. He told me to find some actors. I found the best one, including Rinko Kikuchi, who's just beautiful, a wonderful actress. And she was not known, but I think I looked at over 100 people, and she stood out. She just stood out. And so I found these people, but then Alejandro went to film the movie, and it took about 6 months. And in the 6 months, he told me, look all over Japan for an actress who could not hear. Because the role that Rinko did is as an actress who could not hear, And so I thought, oh my God, I have to look all over Japan to look for an actress who couldn't, did not have the ability to listen, to hear. Oh my God. But finally, after 6 months, I did find someone. But during this time, I told Rinko to learn the language of Shua, deaf language, so that it becomes her language. Do you understand anything I say? わかります？英語わからない人。英語わからない。大丈夫ですか？ Okay. Anyway, so after 6 months, she really knew how to do the Shua really well. And but I did find the other actors. And finally, in all these other actors, I tried to find other people. And I wrote to Alejandro, I said, please follow your instinct, please follow your heart in casting. And then he chose the very first group of actors I had shown him. So what happened to 6 months, right? I worked 6 months for so it's a difficult job, casting. Sometimes it's very easy, sometimes the director is very, I can find one easily. But anyway, what I meant to say is it is the same in many ways, because there's a few things I can tell you for speech, people who want to make speeches. I think that the more, when you have a very fervent purpose, as many of you did have, a fervent purpose of saying something that's very important to you, that's really important. I think you did, all of you did, but you have to remind yourself that why is it so important to me to tell this speech? Why do I say this speech? And the more personal it is and more specific, the better. And for example, you promote something. Well, how? How do we do that? You have to tell us how, in concrete, specific detail. Then we really get into it. Don't have a lot of people help you to act. Don't be yourself more. Be free to be yourself and be courageous to be yourself. Don't have somebody say, no, you should do this. And you start off with, and I'm sure that you probably do this the same way every time you make that speech. Break that, I think. Because it's not of the moment. It's not alive. And when we see a speaker just speaking, yes, I learned this, I have to do it this way, I have to make some action here, it's not alive. So I think that you should, if you know the speech so well and you want so much to say it, do it your way, and do it and live and commit to the moment that you can deliver that speech, because you are so fervent about it, because then you're really living. You are alive, and we will listen. Do you get what I mean? So throw away any ideas, or some people that think they know how to make speeches and say, oh, well, do this, do that, and you try to do that every time. I don't know if I should say this, but throw some of it away if you can. Be courageous. Just because you have something to say, believe in what you say. And maybe at the end of that audience there is your grandma, or there is your mom, or there is your sister, or your girlfriend, somebody that you want to tell it to. You know what I mean? So, and another thing too, so first of all, take the courage to do that. Now, another thing is speeches. Even though you are making the speech, you are actually communicating with the audience. And I don't know if you can see the audience. I mean, I like to see the audience because I can see the people that are asleep. Woohoo! I have to wake him up. So I can see the people that are asleep, or people that aren't understanding, or are bored, right? When you communicate, it's like baseball. You throw a ball, right? You throw a ball like all the time. Yeah, oh my God. I want to do a movie about it. Anyway, forget it. Anyway, so you throw the ball, right? And once you throw the ball, is that it? No, right? You don't just throw the ball. What do you do after you throw the ball? What do you think? What do you think you do after you throw the ball? When you throw it over there? Yeah, but you're looking at the batter, right? You're looking at the person who's gonna hit the ball, right? So what does he do? Does he hit the ball for a home run, or does he make a fly? Does he have a strike? Right? Yeah, like all these possibilities, right? Maybe you hit the guy. Oh my God. You know, like sometimes you hit the batter, right? You're not supposed to. But so that means the most important time is after you throw the ball is what, right? What happens to the ball? That's the most important time. So you just don't throw a ball and just forget about it. That's not communication. Communication is throwing that ball, seeing where it lands and how it does, right? And then how it kind of comes back. And then you know, if it's like you throw the ball, yay! What's that? It's a home run or something, right? That's the reaction. Do you get what I mean? So communication, if you don't really get this communication, it's really hard, I think, to make a speech. And also it's very difficult. It's almost impossible to have good actors if they don't know how to communicate. You know, so communication is an art. And this is one of the really important things I want you to remember when you make a speech, and also if you're interested in acting, you know. The other thing that's really, really important is the fact that there is only one you. You know, a lot of girls, maybe guys too, you know, worry about, oh, am I pretty enough? Am I something? Guys might say, I'm not tall enough, I'm not, you know, handsome, all these silly things, because it really is silly. You know why? Because you are the only person in the whole world. And everything about you makes you. And so then, you are the world in itself. And you have to love that. There are, you know, sure, we have bad parts. You know, we have parts that we need to fix, you know, but do you realize? I told the judges just a little while ago, there's a lyric I wrote called Beautiful Name. And I did that a long time ago, and I wrote that for children because I wanted to tell them this long time ago that every child is beautiful. Every child is a beautiful name. And I wanted to, so when you are making speeches, don't worry about other people. You can learn from them, always. And don't worry about, you know, if I'm better or whatever, you know. You are you. And you are all beautiful, and you're a cosmos and a world in yourself. And that's why you have to be very confident and love yourself and take courage to challenge new things. And this is the third thing I think that I kind of wanted to say, because I've been working very internationally for a long time, is that you have to be connected to your soul, because this is where the truth is. Your voice, your actions, everything comes from the truth. And the stronger is the truth inside you and the reality, the stronger your message, right? And you can change the world that way. You know, look at all those beautiful speeches that, you know, we saw with Barack Obama and Kennedy and all that. But the thing is, I think it was mentioned in the speech that Japan is an island country, and it tends to be very closed and protected. It's a beautiful country, great food, amazing cleanliness, it's safe, etc., all that. But there is one thing which I really think we need to reform, One is the appreciation of the arts. Look at Korea. It's amazing, the work they do in creative arts. In Japan, it's always, it doesn't make enough money, it's, or the sense of putting people into boxes. You should do this, you should do that. It becomes a little too suffocating. I think in order to become international, we have to allow more freedom of your personalities to grow. And that's why I saw a little bit of that in the speeches today, of where somebody is telling somebody, a pattern, do it this way, do it in a little box. Don't do that. Just break through, break free, try, it's okay, you got, one lifetime. That's what I really think. So if you have a message that comes from the heart and you want so much to tell it to everyone, then, do it your way. Try it, and try it with people and see if they're interested. And again, make sure that that speech is communicated, so that they can get your ball and they can give it back to you. Yes, I agree, or no, I don't, or whatever, But I just wanted to excite you. Finally, we have only one lifetime. My brother passed away just like that. My cousin just passed. I'm old, so it's like people die around me, But that's another thing I want to tell you. Humor. Put humor in your speech, That make us, and the humor is from the weakness that we have that we can admit, So make it, enjoy the giving the speech more. You know what I mean? So anyway, so it's about life. Ultimately, it's casting a good actor, making a good speech. It's all about the life that you can give. In that moment, because we only have a moment, and an actor commits to working and acting a moment at a time, committing fully, giving everything that he or she can give to that one moment of life. Isn't that amazing? Because we do live, right? That's, who knows what happens in the next moment? There might be a huge earthquake, there might, what? So live it now as fully as you can. That's my thing. And I think that's very common to any speech that you make from now on. You will be making more speeches, right? Yes? Yeah? Okay. And I'll tell you one funny little story. I used to teach executive businessmen for a program called McKinsey. And I would ask them to make a speech, and I would videotape them, and they were very embarrassed to see themselves. But I just really thought, oh my God, colorless, there's so many executive businessmen. How come they're not interested? Oh yay, the judges came back, so I can finish my speech now. Okay, but not yet. Anyway, so my last thing to say is that, I told them this one story, that, so I took a videotape of all the gentlemen, that, in like big companies, right? Nomura, Shoken, and this one guy is so nervous, he didn't know what he was doing, and he's making the speech, he's minding his, he started talking, scratching his pen, He didn't know that until he saw the video. Which is like, oh my God, it's very embarrassing. But it's good to know because you can learn from it. But anyway, so I hope that you will all make more speeches, internationally in your work, and spread the good news to everyone. I just hope that you work internationally. English is so important, And if you don't know English, it's then start to learn, because it does open windows, it does help you in your future, and it really does, you can't learn culture through an iPad, so. Anyway, I think, I just thought the judges are just gonna, I should finish. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. I really thank you for all your speeches, all the work you put into the speeches, and the very best to you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Your lecture was truly outstanding, and your powerful words surely resonated with me especially, and the audiences ranging from high school students to adults. And as the organizer, I hope today's lecture will serve as a wellspring of inspiration for your future speaking experiences. Thank you immensely. And we will now take an intermission. The closing ceremony is scheduled to commence at 4 o'clock. Kindly be seated by 3:55. A gentle reminder, eating, drinking, and smoking are strictly prohibited in this hall. Thank you for your cooperation. We're about to commence the closing ceremony. As the judges and the guest speaker come onto the stage, let's stand and warmly welcome them with a round of applause. To begin with, our distinguished judges will provide insightful comments on the speeches. Firstly, Ms. Kurose will now share her general comments. Ms. Kurose, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, fellow judges, and everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm actually very nervous right now, standing on this stage, and I'd like to congratulate all the speakers. You're there? No, you're not speakers? Oh, speakers, hello. I'd like to congratulate all of you for doing a wonderful job today. And since we're only given 1 minute, so I want to keep my comment as short as possible. I'd like to say something to organizers today. Organizers, congratulations on your success of this 50th Okama Trophy. It has been, and I'm sure will be, one of the most prestigious contests of all. And the pressure you must have had in holding this contest must have been enormous. All the pressure from your senpais and kohai, and but you all did it. It was a wonderful contest, and so congratulations to you all. And thank you so much for giving the speakers today the opportunity to give speeches in such a wonderful and beautiful hall, auditorium. And also to the audience, thank you so much for being here today. You are the reason. Because you were here, what speakers did here on stage today became a speech and not a monologue. Your existence means so much, and I hope that next year I'll be able to see more faces on the audience seat. Well, thank you again, and I'd like to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. President. Next, Ms. Hasegawa will provide comments focusing on the delivery of the speeches. Ms. Hasegawa, please.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, and my fellow judges, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me as one of the judges for today. It is my great honor to be here, so thank you very much for the opportunity. And speakers, congratulations to all the speeches. I'm very impressed with your speeches, and I could see that you worked really hard throughout the year. Let me tell you about the importance of rewriting today to all the speakers and all the speech section members in this hall. So I have been judging speech contests, so many of the speeches today were the speeches that I already read. And most of the speeches I saw rewriting, and I could see improvements a lot. So I want to tell you the importance of rewriting. And when I was a speaker, I did the same speech in 17 open contests, but except 1 or 2 speech contests, I rewrote the speech every time. I struggled with my speech, and I wanted to make it better. Like, I asked myself, how can I make this paragraph better? Or I checked all the script, all the words one by one, and checked, is there a better word, or is this a better expression to express my feeling and to move the audience? So through this process, I think I could improve my speech, and it's the same as today's speeches too. I could see many improvements in today's speeches. But rewriting doesn't always give improvements, actually. I have felt rewriting too. So please keep in mind just a few points. So please make sure why do you make your speech, and what is the ideal situation, and what do you want the audience to do. Okay? So of course you have more things to consider, but please clarify the purpose of your speech. And please never give up and make your speech better. Again, all the speakers, good job, and thank you for your great speeches today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nakamura. Next, Mr. Tamura will now provide comments focusing on the English language aspect. Mr. Tamura, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and speakers. Congratulations. You delivered an excellent speeches today. In the past 4 or 5 years, I've been invited to this wonderful Oakman Trophy Cup. And probably I can tell you that this contest is the best among 4 years, 5 years. So, yeah, please congratulate yourself, proud of yourself, and with a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And you need to be proud of that. So one of the things that you demonstrated really well today was the structure. You know, you use the critic for aspect formula, starting from problem awareness. You started off with the hook, with the audience members, with the personal story. You raised the problem, the social issue that you're going to talk about. And the second is H, harm. And with this, you delved into the severity of the issue. With this H, harm, you just escalated the problem, that you showed how harmful this problem can be, how serious this society can experience if nobody is taking action on it. And the third one is the cause. This is a place that you give the analysis, that you made an excellent analysis, presented. And lastly is the S, it's a solution. You provided a solution with an excellent message that is resonated with all audience members. This is the famous PHCS formula. And you all know, familiar with this formula, and probably all of the ESS members are very familiar with this wonderful structure. And I think today you delivered excellent speeches with this excellent structure. So I think this is one of the successful reasons. So in the judge meeting after the contest, we all, the fellow judge members, we just enjoyed a very lively discussion with all the judge members, and who should be the winners and who should not be the winners. And we had a lively discussion, and the thing that distinguished the winners, that made it exceptional, is the, how can I say, the uniqueness of perspective. the uniqueness of the perspective. So what is the uniqueness of the perspective? So you know the uniqueness, right? You need it to be unique in your speech. This should not be copied, and this should not be just a lending from the internet or something like that. You needed to deliver a unique speech. So in order to make it unique, you needed to deliver your personal story, right? And the perspective is the interpretation. With this specific personal story, what did you learn from it? What is the aspect that you just found out about it? So in order to deliver the final core message with the solution, you needed to link the solution with your personal struggle. Usually the excellent idea is always coming from the personal struggle. So you needed to struggle first in order to create a better message. So how your solution is connected with the personal struggle, that is one of the judge criteria that we use to determine the top 3 speakers. So after that, you're going to hear the results in a few moments. And I want you to, today when you go home, I want you to take a look at your script one more time. And you needed to make sure how much your solution is associated and connected with your personal struggle. And probably next time you needed to improve your speech, I think I want you to focus on how you can develop the uniqueness of the perspective. So overall, I really enjoyed this speech, and you needed to be proud of the speech that you delivered today. And I thank you so much for working so hard in the background for all the organizers. And speakers, I am going to talk with you in the reflection room with some feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Lastly, Mr. Chu will now share comments focusing on the question and answer session. Mr. Chu, please.
Thank you, everyone here. And instead of saying good afternoon, I'm going to say aloha! Aloha! Thank you very much. I think you all did an excellent job. You've done one thing that most people did not do. You did it. That is the most important thing. And I think I'm going to go a little off topic, but I'll go back to the question and answer. I think one of the most important things is a speech is a communication tool. And so this is an excellent tool to have in your personal and professional life. So to be able to communicate is a very powerful thing to do. And I think hopefully as you progress in your careers, you realize that communication skill is probably the #1 skill to have in life. With regards to the question and answer session, I think what I try to do is, it is important for you to understand inside yourself why you chose the topic, because you have to connect with the audience. Even though the topic is about poverty, bullying, if the audience doesn't care, it really doesn't matter. So that is why it is important for you to connect with the audience, to have them understand and have your understanding of the topic very deeply. That's good. At the end, the speech is for the audience, right? In any form of communication, it's not about you, it's about the other person. So you need to understand that whatever information you provide to them, you need to express your passion, your desire, your dreams, your hopes, your successes and your failures. And so I encourage you to, as you progress and do future speeches, think about what questions does an audience have? What do they want to know? What do they want to learn? What do we want them to feel? So I think that is very important to do here. And so I will give you comments during our one-on-one as well, but I always tell people that at the end, it's always about the other person. And if you can do that, you can connect with anybody in the world. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chu. Everyone, we have arrived at the pinnacle of our event. It's time to announce the winners. Mr. Kawashima, could you kindly join us at the center of the stage? Participants, as I announce your names, kindly make your way up to the stage. I am pleased to announce the recipient of the third prize. The third prize goes to Ms. Sophia Nomaguchi from Hosei University. The recipient of the first prize will be awarded our HRS Fellowship. Congratulations, Ms. Nomaguchi. I am honored to announce the recipient of the second prize. The second prize goes to Ms. Jisa Yamamoto from Kansai学院 University. The recipient of the second prize will be awarded a JCB gift card worth 30,000 yen. A trophy for WESF. Congratulations, Ms. Yamamoto. It is with great pleasure that I announce the recipient of the first prize. The first prize goes to Ms. Haruka Terada from Tsuda University. The recipient of the first prize will be awarded a JCB gift card worth 50,000 yen. A trophy for WESF. the Okuma Trophy from WESS. Congratulations, Ms. Hannah. And thank you very much, Mr. Kashima. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Terada, the esteemed recipient of the first prize, to share a few words with us. Ms. Terada, could you kindly come to the center of the stage?
Thank you very much, the Master of the Ceremony, and the distinguished judges, and all the organizers and the audience members. It is my great pleasure and honor to receive such a wonderful prize, and also to deliver my speech in this 50th Okuma Trophy in this beautiful auditorium. I really enjoyed today's stage. I think this is my first time to deliver my speech in front of this large number of audience. So, as Ms. Narahashi had told us, I could see the audience reaction, when I give them the ball, and I detected how they react, how they catch the ball or hit the ball or like that. So it was very. I had a really good time. And talking a little about myself, next week I will lead the English speaking society of Tsuda University. So this stage was supposed to be my last contest, the last contest I first participated in. But by listening to Ms. Narahashi's speech, I truly thought that speech has a power, and I heard my true voice that says I don't want to quit this activity, and I want to continue this activity as public speaker. So yes, this contest became one of the turning points for me as a public speaker. So thank you very much. And lastly, taking this opportunity, I would like to leave a message to the ESS members. I had applied for Okuma Trophy 3 times. When I was a freshman, I couldn't pass the elimination round. When I was a sophomore, I couldn't pass the elimination round too. And finally, as my last opportunity, I was able to get a ticket for the final round. So what I want to tell you is never give up. And your effort of writing a speech, practicing, will bloom someday. So yes, as an ESS member, I would like to say never give up. And lastly, I would like to thank all the organizers and the people involved in this contest for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now proceed with a photo session. We kindly request the prize winners, judges, Ms. Narahashi, Mr. Nakamura, and Mr. Kawashima to gather at the center of the stage for the photographs.
現代写真、記念のスーツの写真でした。そうですね。
じゃあ、こちらに線をお願いします。いきます。3、2、1、GO。もう一度。3、2、1、GO。もう一度。3、2、1、GO。はい、どうも。
Photographs of all the participants. Speakers, could you please assemble at the center of the stage?
線こちらでお願いします。参ります。3、2、1、GO。もうちょ。3、2、1、GO。もうちょ。3、2、1。はい。
Thank you for your cooperation. Speakers, judges, Ms. Narahashi, Mr. Nakamura, and Mr. Kawashima, please take your seats. Now, our heartfelt gratitude goes to our distinguished judges and our guest speaker on the stage for making this contest possible. We'd like to extend our appreciation through gifts and a resounding applause. As the judges and the guest speaker at the hall, let's rise once more and offer them a hearty round of applause. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing the gifts generously provided by our sponsors. During the previously mentioned sponsor presentation, School With generously presented study abroad tickets to brief fortunate audience members. It's been a pleasure witnessing everyone's enthusiasm, but as our contest nears its conclusion, let's take a moment for a closing address from Mr. Ryuto Kawashima, this year's executive chairperson. Mr. Kawashima, could you please join us at the center of the stage?
Hello everyone, I am Ryuto Kawashima, and I have served as the executive chairperson for the Okuma Trophy this year. I extend heartfelt gratitude to all involved in making this milestone 50th contest possible. Your effort has been instrumental in its success. To the finalists, your speeches were truly remarkable. Congratulations to Mr. Terada for the well-deserved victory. Reflecting on my 2.5 years in the WESS during the pandemic, it's been a different culture experience, remote work, and distancing. Yet, the Okuma Speech Contest innovatively maintained tradition by blending online delivery and live participation. Despite restrictions, engaging ESS activities has been a source of gratitude. Witnessing seniors navigate these times together, we share a unique understanding of the challenges and hopes encapsulated by COVID-19. Why do we emphasize speech in ESS activities? Many contemporary global issues like clear-cut solutions, be it the pandemic, climate change, or geopolitical crisis. Real-world challenges won't always offer a right answer, necessitating the courage to confront and devise solutions. Public speaking fosters the ability to tackle the unknown with one's ingenuity, as showcased by today's 10 speakers. As we navigate this COVID post-era, we've matured and we confront numerous future challenges. My wish is for the Okuma Speech Contest to persist, even as future generations approach these times from textbook, embracing creativity and the power of words. Until next year, let's reconvene at this Okuma Auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kawashima. As our contest draws to a close, we extend our sincere gratitude to each one of you for your presence and support today. To conclude on a special note, we'd like to express our appreciation by presenting the special movie. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
ケイタお疲れ。何回も一緒にリンクもリライトも一緒にやったし、発表の練習も一緒に学校でたくさんズームでもやって、最高の舞台に今日がなってればいいなって思います。いっぱい話も聞かせてね。お疲れ様。ケイタ奥間杯お疲れ様。こんなもう今日で引退したばっかりのすごく疲れてる中、最後までスピーチをしてるケイトのこと本当にかっこいいなって思うし、ずっと私たちの誇りです。今日もみんなにかっこいい姿を見せてくれて本当にありがとう。お疲れ会しようね。お疲れ。
リサさん、大会お疲れ様です。リサさん、結構大会で出て、ほんまに尊敬します。リサさん、お疲れ様です。またスピーチいろいろやってくださいね。また、他にもいきましょう。それにますます多分良くなると思います。また来年来てください。来てください。
ソフィア、大熊杯お疲れ様。2人の頑張りを一番近くで見てたから、とても嬉しかったです。ゆっくり休んでください。
本日は本当にお疲れ様です。これまでいろんな大変なことがあったと思うけど、集大成として大熊杯で素敵なステージができれば幸せです。
真央さん、ソフィアさん、大熊杯。
離れててもつながってるよ。
あまちゃんの歩けないでしょ。あまちゃんの
笑い出したら止まらない。
あまちゃんのスケテクのドレスカチャンピオン。あまちゃんの大熊杯お疲れ様。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れです。
中学生大熊杯お疲れ様でした。結果はどうだったでしょうか。
今年はたくさんのオープンで活躍されていたので、怒涛の1年だったと思います。
来年も大会やインスト活動を通じてスピーチを極めていってください。
今日はゆっくり休んでくださいね。
どうしてそんなにスピーチうまくなっちゃったんですか
I want your speech, ミサト。
せーの、ミサト。
As the speakers prepare to depart, let's rise once again and show our appreciation with a heartfelt round of applause. Thank you. Please be seated. As the curtains drawn on the grand stage of the 50th Annual All-Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Okuma Trophy, the members of the Waseda University English-Speaking Society extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. The 10 remarkable speakers today has not just shared their words, but bestowed upon us courage and hope in a world with challenges. In a realm of words and wisdom, we bid adieu, but anticipate your return to the 51st Okuma Trophy contest next year. Your presence and support fuel our anticipation and aspiration and endeavors. Thank you immensely for your unwavering support and cooperation. Thank you.年末のお忙しい中、第50回大隈重信杯争奪全日本学生英語弁論大会にお越しいただきまして誠にありがとうございました。ライブ配信をご覧いただいた皆様にも心よりお礼申し上げます。ご来場の皆様は忘れ物がございませんよう今一度ご確認の上、お気をつけてお帰りください。本日は誠にありがとうございました。